So much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
'Namaste. Join us online this Sunday on Yoga and Meditation episode for body, mind, and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
Recording in progress.
Into a new start. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. This is our 121st episode ever since the start of the pandemic. As you know, we bring free episodes to educate and entertain global audiences. And before we start, I'd like to first of all just introduce to you my partner here, Sushma Barnott. So Sushma Barnott MB is author of Women's Health During COVID and Beyond and How to Do Ayurvedic Massages Head to Toe. Both books show how yoga and meditation can help one keep happy, irrespective of what may be happening in the outer world or in the world of a particular person. Sushma is also a qualified yoga instructor and runs a free yoga class in Ilford with myself. Namaste, Sushma.
Namaste, everyone. Namaste, the Healing Our Earth team. And thank you so much for all the good work that you are doing.
So on this International Happiness Day, let us now start with a prayer. And a prayer, as you know, we always start off with is a Gayatri Mantra. So if we can all do this together, Gayatri Mantra. We come out of gratitude. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavitarvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavitarvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. So this is from the Rig Veda 10:16:3. What does it mean?
So the meaning of this universal poem, mantra, is, O thou existence, absolute creator of the three dimensions, we contemplate upon thy divine light. May he stimulate our intellect and bestow upon us true knowledge. So the Gayatri Mantra is one of the oldest and most powerful mantras. It is believed that by chanting this mantra and firmly establishing it in our mind, and it helps you to carry on work and during life, so your life will then be full of happiness. Thank you. I'd like to just introduce our host, my co-host today, Ravi Banot. So, welcome, Ravi Banot. He's the author of Everyday Wisdom for All and How to Do Ayurvedic Massages Head to Toe. He has both the books are intertwined with yoga, meditation, and well-being, connecting the outer body with the inner. Ravi is also a qualified yoga instructor and runs 3 yoga classes in Ilford. He's been running this for the last 5 years. Thank you, Ravi, and welcome.
Lovely. Thank you, Sushma. And as you see, Sushma's wearing a bright yellow outfit, which, of course, as you know, yellow is a color that symbolizes happiness. And I'm wearing blue. I know it also looks like the Ukraine colors. That's purely coincidence. It's more to do with what I'm going to talk about shortly. And I'm a member of the Save a Day charity, and more about that and how that relates to happiness shortly. But first, Sushma, what's your take on happiness and how can people be more happy?
Thank you so much. So why do we celebrate the International Day of Happiness? Why do we celebrate? Of course, every day should be an International Day of Happiness, but the main aim of the day is to create awareness among people that happiness is actually the most important thing in life. According to the United Nations, the universal goals and aspirations in the life of an individual should be happiness. So as a tradition of this day, people should do whatever makes them happy, and it is celebrated the world over. This year's theme for International Happiness Day is to keep calm, stay wise, and be kind. And we have a great number of excellent people who will come exactly to help you to do those 3 things. So I'm really looking forward to meeting all of you today and for you to share your amazing points for happiness today. For one, to achieve happiness and satisfaction, we must stay cool and calm. We must be wise in difficult situations and give ourselves a better understanding of the situation rather than reacting. It's not automatic. Happiness is not automatic. We have to work at it. We have to make it happen. Did you know around the world, there's 300 million people who are actually living with depression? and many do not even know what happiness means. So this is a key day to create awareness around us and around the world, so that we can put happiness in the spotlight and take a break from our normal routine and get this happiness entering our lives. Straight away, 3 things you can do every day. You can wear bright colors. I wore yellow today for happiness. And later we'll be hearing from someone who will tell us the importance of colors and happiness. You can meditate, just 2 minutes, take time out, be mindful. And I always believe in service to others. That is one thing that will always bring happiness to you. Service in others, you will get happiness back, and so will they. How do we lead a happy and contented life according to Ayurveda? So that is something I'm passionate about. So I would like to share a few things with you, how you can be happy and contented with the science of Ayurveda. So in Ayurveda, we focus on 3 things, about balancing 3 things: our physical, our mental, and our spiritual being. If all those 3 things are in balance, then you are on the way to happiness. One thing that is very important is a daily routine. Sounds very simple, but when we don't have routine in our lives, that creates stress and leads to unhappiness. And in the long term, can lead to depression. So we must have routine in our lives. Another thing that makes people unhappy is when we compare ourselves to others. Ayurveda says we must do things according to our own nature, not look beyond that, our own prakriti. And that also can bring happiness and satisfaction. So we must always have balances in our modern lifestyle. Whether we're eating, whether we're enjoying, whether we're on holiday, there must always be balance. Whether we're working, whether we're resting, nothing in one extreme or the other. We must also celebrate our uniqueness. Don't look beyond, think about what you are as an individual. Each person is born with prakriti. What treatments are available for people? If you embrace Ayurveda, what can you have? Well, there's several things that can help you on your journey. One of the treatments that I always recommend is the king of Ayurvedic treatments, which is Ayurveda. Ayurvedic Shirodhara treatment. It's a beautiful treatment that involves dropping oil to the 3rd eye. Immediately after one treatment, your stresses will go, you will feel more content. Something practical you can ask for. You can go for massages, Ayurvedic massages that work on marma points of the body. These are points in our body that lead to action. So once we have massage, then we can also have contentness and satisfaction and happiness. There are many herbs too, like Brahmi and Ashwagandha. These can also promote well-being in our bodies. Please do speak to a professional before you have these or mix them with your normal medication. What can we do simply in our kitchen? Well, there's lots of foods that are actually known as happiness foods. Did you know that some foods can promote happiness in your body? They can release these chemicals called endorphins, which is called the happy hormone, and it makes us feel generally better. One is the omega-3, 6, and 9. You can get these from sunflower seeds, flax seeds, also fish, if people are having fish. So they can actually help you. They actually actively help the brain's membrane and lower your risk of depression. Well, we all like chocolate, but you can't have any old chocolate. It's the dark chocolate that has the mood boosting compounds. And if you do feel a little bit down, a piece of dark chocolate, try it and see what happens. They've also been shown the cacao in the dark chocolate has been found to increase blood flow to the brain and reduce inflammation and hence boost brain health, which ultimately affects your mood. There are also fermented foods which we all like, things like yogurt, lassi, kefir, and these help your gut health. Ayurveda, we say that everything stems from the gut. So if you have a healthy gut, you will have a healthy mind. It will affect your mood. So the fermentation process allows bacteria to thrive in foods that are able to convert sugars into alcohol and acids. And we have probiotics created, which help to increase serotonin, which is a happy substance in your body. What else? What else can we have? Well, if you like bananas, then you're in luck. They can help to turn the frown downwards to upwards. They're high in vitamin B6 and help to create these feel-good neurotransmitters that I spoke about. And with fiber, you get sugar that's released slowly into your bloodstream. That will stop you feeling irritable and low in mood. So that's a great thing. You're lucky and you're in luck if you love bananas. So a banana a day could help you to be happy. And do you know what? It's yellow. Oats, we have oats, are really good. As you know, they're great for health, but do you know they can also help you to feel good? They're an excellent source of fiber. And what the fiber does, it slows down your digestion and releases the sugar very slowly. So if you have this, you can have better mood and energy. It sets you up for your working day.
Let me just ask you, on the bananas, does it matter whether yellow or whether it's green, ripe or not ripe?
So it's better to have them when they're just medium. When they're overripe, they will contain more sugar. So a medium. The green ones may be not so tasty for you. Thank you.
So just the normal yellow ones you get from the supermarket?
Yes. So, as I was saying, the oats help to stabilize your blood sugar levels. And they're also high in iron, which will help to keep your mood stable. If you like berries, any types of berries, blueberries, raspberries, it's really good because it's been found that berries and vegetables have been found to link to lower rates of depression. It's not clear how, but could be due to managing some kind of inflammation.
Sure.
And also they have a great many number of antioxidants, which help to get rid of those harmful substances in your body.
So they're very good for depression.
They're very, very good. Ravi, thank you for your excellent joke. And I can see you all groaning there. So I'm sure we'll have a lot more of these jokes during the course of the day. Also, I might like to mention frozen berries are just as good if you're not having the fresh ones, which can keep longer as well. We all love our nuts and seeds, and they also provide tryptophan, which also helps to boost our mood. So almonds, cashew nuts, peanuts, walnuts, and also the seeds that I mentioned earlier, pumpkin, sesame, and sunflower.
You find to mean this like when we make a smoothie at home with all the nuts,
Mm-hmm.
you said sesame seeds,
Mm-hmm.
banana, berries. Would you say that'd be a good way of trying to get all these sort of things that you're saying in one go?
That's an excellent way. So what you can do is put everything together, scoop it in, and without trying to get all these foods separately, put them all into a smoothie and whiz it up, and you've got all the goodness in that. So the nuts and seeds contain this ingredient that help with well-being, which is called tryptophan, which reduces your risk of depression. Who likes to have their coffee in the morning? Well, I certainly need my coffee, but do you know, it can make you a bit happier too. So the caffeine prevents this substance that makes us feel tired. What it does, it increases our alertness and attention and releases these mood boosting transmitters. So you're in luck if you like coffee, obviously in moderation, because too much caffeine can have the opposite effect as well. Beans and lentils, we like to have our dals, and they all contain many feel-good factors. They're an excellent source of B vitamins. And you know, B vitamins are very good for your nervous system. So they help to increase your serotonin, which is great to help you. They also help to heal and help your nerve cells to regenerate. So when you're feeling a bit down, you really want to go for these high sugar foods, but better you go for one of these that I've mentioned, and you'll find that instead of getting that big drop from the sugar, you'll actually have a balance and of these wholesome foods, which will help to kickstart your positive routine. Now, I hope I've given you some food for thought, many good foods for you, and also some practical things you can actually do. Very simple. That was the idea of my presentation, simple things to make you happy. Now, if anybody is interested in doing a happiness quiz, which will tell you how happy you are, then do contact us on the chat, and I can send that to you. And that may help you to just see where you are at this moment. So that's not a medical tool, by the way. It's just kind of a fun quiz, but it will tell you what your happiness score is. So thank you for listening to my presentation, and I would like to put you back to Ravi Banod.
Funny, we talk about happiness, and there's in a film called Pursuit of Happiness, isn't there? And we all think the happiness is the ultimate. As we're growing up, we're told if you do well in exams, you go to a good university and you'll be happy then because you'll get a job, good job, and then you'll have money and you'll be happy. And then you get married and you'll be happy. And you'll have children and you'll be happy. And then you settle and you'll be happy. And you wait and you wait. And it's not that you don't have happiness. It comes and goes, right? So as you see the tax bill come or a bill come or somebody passed away or something, all of a sudden you're not happy. So I've sometimes wondered whether it is happiness that we should be looking for or beyond. So in the Bhagavad Gita, it says, look for joy, look for something beyond happiness. What's the difference between happiness and joy, for example? So some of you probably know, and it's not just straightforward. This, for me, is the difference, and why I think we should be heading more towards trying to get joy rather than striving just for happiness. Joy is a little word, happiness is a large word. Joy comes from the heart, happiness is on the face. So somebody might look happy, but not necessarily from within, because joy is in the soul, whereas happiness is of the moment, comes and goes. Whereas joy is more profound, more longer lasting, it's transcending. Joy embraces peace, contentment. When we discover it's already there, you've got it, but you're trying to discover it. Whereas happiness will come and you go, and then you're looking for the next dose. How are you going to be happy? So joy is a practice. It's a kind of behavior, and I would say it's intentional, and it's something we should really work towards. How do you get it? If you read the scriptures, not necessarily just the Gita, but just generally, most scriptures will say joy is profound and it's spiritual. Whereas, so they say, don't worry, rejoice. You may have heard that phrase. Whereas happiness, the phrase normally goes, don't worry, be happy. Right? Why? Because you just, the landlord, as the song goes, once his rent, we haven't got money, but don't worry, be happy. So joy is an inner feeling. Happiness is an outward expression. So what we really, I think, we should be pursuing for is joy, more long lasting. How do you get it? The best techniques. So Sushma just mentioned food. Food, of course, has a profound effect. But there are so many other ways, and we're going to talk about these different ways. One of the ways to be happy is when you are content, when you have a feeling that you belong somewhere, you feel you're making a difference. You know what your goal in life is, and you think you're heading towards it, or you've achieved it, and you're there. We're on a journey, right? If you can feel that you're in the right path, it gives joy, happiness. But as I said, happiness can come and go. So it's joy we should be heading towards. One of the things in East London, we're really privileged and really happy and joyful that we live in East London. And I'll tell you why. The number of people we have living in East London who are making a profound difference is phenomenal. It's the MD from many parts of the country. And I'm speaking on behalf of a charity that I represent called the Save Our Day Charity, East London. But I'm also part of Super Cool's Friend Charity, and also part of Equal Chance Forum, also part of East London Help and Labour Group. Why? Well, it's because when you're part of a group, when you have a problem, you're not sure what to do, you have somebody you can help in the group. And that's why we created this Equal Chance Forum. So everyone has something to give. Somebody may be good at accounts, somebody may be good at law, somebody may be good at property, somebody may be good at mental well-being, somebody just at health, somebody who can recommend what you should do in a certain situation. So we've created this group of powerful people who are there to help. And similar thing can be done elsewhere as well. So you have some group you're part of. Could be part of a charity group. And today we're privileged that we have some co-founders of a charity called Super Cool Friends Charity who are with us. And one of the persons who we would like to introduce now is a guy called Kalibala. I call him Taiji because out of respect. Again, it gives me happiness saying that to him because he has so much to give. He's done a lot of research on happiness, and the bit that with us today. What I'd say about this man, he is a phenomenal character. My friend, but my guide, my philosopher, and he's full of wisdom. Certainly brings joy to my life. And what Bali's done is he's done a lot of research on colors and Reiki. He's a Reiki master. And how can this help in mental well-being? So a Reiki master for over 20 years. He's hands-on with healing around the world. He's author of a Decoding the Secret Language of Colors, an interesting concept on healing. and he works with communities focusing on well-being. He's been around the world for free, just helping people be better, which is something that very few of us could possibly say we've ever done or even thought of doing. So we'd love to have Mr. Bali Bala Taiji.
Welcome.
Welcome. Bali Bala, as you know, is also part of, for many years, has been part of Diwali London, part of Seva Charity, still is, also founder of Super Cool Friends Charity as well. Doing some phenomenal amount of work, and in fact, last week was given the award of champion of in. I'm not sure what the full title was, but I believe it's one of the champions of East in Redbridge for the work he does or has done in charity. Bali Bala.
Well done.
Well done.
Namaste, Sushma.
Welcome.
Namaste, Ravi. And namaste, all of the Healing Our Earth Parivar. Sushmaji and Raviji, thank you so much for that very, very long introduction. I don't know if I deserve all that, but yes, indeed. It's been a journey for the last 2 years, and I think one of the things that that is very important is that happiness will see you through. Yeah, if you're happy with your job, you will not feel you've gone to do work. If you're unhappy with your job, it will be a problem. If you're happy with your family, if you're happy with your partner, life will just sail through. You have an unhappy partnership, that's going to drag you down. So the key, I think, is basically trying to be happy. As Raviji said, and Sushmaji said, Raviji was talking about being joyful. You know, look for joyfulness. And Sushmaji was talking about feeling. So happiness is a feeling, yeah. It's kind of a self-induced feeling. You can induce it to yourself. And the important thing is that you should. You know, you can make yourself sick. You can make yourself angry. If you keep thinking a thought about somebody who did this and somebody did that, yeah, it will drag you down. You will become very, very unhappy. In the same way, you can be joyful. You can be happy. And as Raviji said, you know, I've done some work on colors, and colors play a very, very important part in our life. In fact, if you know a little bit about chakras, which is our main energy centers, which are 7 of them throughout our body, each chakra has a color. Yeah. So the base chakra is red color, and the colors go up and then they become violet here and then white on the crown. So the body actually recognizes colors. You know yourself that when you are in a particular color, you feel in a particular way. So let me try and explain how this works. So everything is frequency, okay? Everything oscillates at a certain frequency. So if anger has a frequency, and let's make this up, this is not a true figure, but let's say anger has a frequency of 500 hertz, right? And the color red has a frequency of 450. And if you surround yourself around red color, your natural frequency of your body will be affected by your environment. And you will be oscillating generally at around, say, 450. And for you to get to 500 is a very, very small, minute change. So somebody might just walk past you and they touch your shoulder or something, and you'll just burst into anger because you are so close to it. If the color of joyfulness, which according to some research we have done, is yellow, as Shishwaji was talking about the yellow banana, The yellow is the color of joyfulness, and say that is the frequency of 750 hertz. And you are in that environment and you're wearing yellow color, or you're sitting in a yellow room, and somebody goes past you and bangs into you, you won't feel that, you won't notice it. Because for you to get to 450, where anger lives, you'll have to come down a long way. So this is why we now know that colors do affect your metabolism, it affects your mood, it affects your feelings, and the important word here is feelings. If you can get to a feeling of happiness, and like Raviji was saying before, what is happiness? Happiness could be different things for different people. The smallest of things, to see a baby smile, could bring a lot of happiness to you, and £1 million could not bring happiness to you. So, and if you didn't have 10 pence in your pocket and you were 10 pence short and you wanted to buy a cup of coffee, you couldn't buy it. But if you found 10 pence on the ground, that would be a lot of happiness. So happiness is not measured in any strict form that if I have this, I will be happy. Definitely not. You will be happy at any time when you are happy, when you want to be happy. And if you don't want to be happy, no matter what anybody says to you or does to you, you will not. So at the end of the day, who is responsible for your happiness? Is it your mother? Is it your brother? Is it your wife? Is it your friend? Is it the weather? Yeah? No. So what's the answer, Raviji? Who's responsible? Yourself. There you go. So if you're not happy, whose fault is it?
Yourself.
All right. Then you can't even blame colors. So that is very, very important. If you get that, and then you can enhance that by using colors. Now, each color has got a unique feeling associated property. Yeah. For example, if you want to be, blue is a very interesting color because blue lives in the neck area. This is the throat chakra, which is known to be blue in color. And the reason why blue is an important color because this area here of our chakra, that chakra is responsible for trust and communication. So if you're having a meeting or you're going to or you're meeting some people where trust is important, for example, an office meeting or a job, yeah, it'll be nice to wear a blue, surround yourself in blue. So put a blue tie on or a blue t-shirt on, or as Raviji is wearing today. So we all trust Raviji because he's wearing blue. So that will help you. It will help the proper words to come out of your mouth. Yeah. So blue, and if you are having your boardroom painted or your office painted, paint it in the colors of blue, because that is where trust and communication is going to happen, and your business will flourish. If you paint your bedroom red, which is again, red is to do with material world, your home, your job, your pay this bill, pay that bill. And if you paint your bedroom red, during the night, instead of sleeping, you'll be worried about who owes you money and who you owe this, and you should have said that in that meeting. And you'll be going round and round because your base chakra, which is red in color, will be active. And you don't want that to be active in your bedroom. You want that to be active in your office. So the office could be red in color, but the boardroom has got to be blue. Yeah. So you have to choose on the day, what is your main activity of the day? Is it work? Is it playfulness? What is that day going to be? And if you appropriately choose your outfit to suit that day, then that day will be happiness. It'll bring joyfulness. It'll be fruitful. So colors and Reiki kind of mix in between, because in Reiki we work on chakras, all the 7 chakras of the body, and we balance the chakras. And life is all about balance. So if you have a balanced chakras, balanced energy centers, then your life will be balanced. And if your life is balanced, then things will work out. Your health will be better, your mood will be better, your feelings will be better, and most importantly, you will be joyful. So it is a very, I know this is not the, it's just something to touch on. So that's basically what I wanted to say.
That was fantastic, Baji. That was informative, because you're quite right in that the Reiki is by energy, as its colors, as we say in Sushma said in Ayurveda, yoga, meditation is all to do with energy. So what you brought in is a very useful way of people realizing what colors they're wearing. Conscientiously, they can be doing something with colors to help alleviate their mood. So thank you so much indeed.
And it was so appropriate that you brought in your color presentation after we've had this holy festival, where it is a festival of happiness. So very appropriately, you've told us why those colors are significant in our lives. And this happiness festival has just passed. So thank you for bringing that in to this today's presentation.
You're perfectly right. Yellow is so profound in that, as we see in the holy colors when we're playing holy. So let's do a little simple meditation, which can help anyone if you suffering from mental, physical, or just feeling that you are down and you just need some lifting up. Simple exercise, and this is what you do. So you first of all sit in the right mudra, where you are focusing, and then what you do is you close your eyes, and then what we'd like you to do is focus on different parts of the body, and just follow what I say. Keep your eyes shut, and just be 100% with yourself, which means you're not going to be distracted by other things. If you do, come back to focus. So this is what you do with the mudra, so that you have total focus, and the whole energy is going around the whole body. So there is a connection, like so. Have your eyes shut, and then just follow what I say. And if you have any pain anywhere, I want you to focus on that point. So this is what we're going to do. So with the eyes shut, in silence, be within yourself. Focus on the right toe or the right foot. Nothing else, just the right toe on the right foot. Feel it. Now move along, next toe, and the next, and the next, and the next. Look towards, focus on the underside of the foot. Moving up to the right ankle, feeling all strong. Back towards the back of the leg, calf muscle, feeling nice and relaxed or strong. Come to the right knee. If you've got any arthritis or feeling any pain around the knee, give it some energy, positive energy. Move along to the right thigh, nice and strong, no pain. And move the left leg to the toe, big toe, the left foot. Now, next toe, the to after, and small toe towards bottom of the foot. Keep nice and strong, relaxed. Towards the ankle, left foot ankle. Move along behind the thigh, behind the calf muscle, slowly up to the left knee. Pain anywhere, give it energy, focus, positive energy. Focus on the thigh. Focus to the back of the spine, right at the bottom. Work slowly up the spine. Going up the spine slowly. All the way to the top. Down to the right shoulder. Work along the shoulder blade. Again, all the way down on the right arm, all the way down slowly. The hand, right hand. Focus on the thumb. Next finger, big finger. Next finger, and small finger. Look up on the side of your arm, of your hand. Then we work up of the hand, the arm, across the right shoulder, the left shoulder. Now down from the left shoulder, down the left arm, all the way down, elbow, to the hand, and now to the thumb, and then finger next to the thumb, and the big finger, next finger, and the little finger. Focus on the palm, the hand, and slowly work up the left arm, the shoulder, and up to the spine, and work all the way to the up to the head. Once you reach the head, imagine you're going around the head in a anti-clockwise manner, focusing all the bits of the head till you reach the spine again. Then work towards the top part. Where we have Brahmarandra to the point, top of the head. So we work down, forehead, down the nose, the eyes, lips, right ear, left ear, and then slowly shake the hands together, warm them up, put them on your face, like so, and open your eyes. It's a simple exercise. If you have any pain, if you're feeling more stressed, do this exercise. Put a value to whatever pain you had before, and do this exercise and see how you feel. Research shows that virtually with most people, not everyone, that there is a reduction in pain.
I feel energized, Ravi, as well.
Great,
So,
fantastic.
so that will ultimately lead to happiness as well. Thank you for that exercise.
So now we have the privilege of another very powerful person whose name is Jaya Karir. Jaya is 65 and she's traveling through a difficult journey in life while remaining happy and healthy. And her topic is staying happy. So if we have Jaya with us, Jaya Karir, welcome. Namaste.
Namaste and welcome.
Jaya, you need to unmute.
No sound.
We can't hear. Unmute, Jaya. So Jay, just need to unmute there. The red button on the which says mute, just press that button. So while we've got Jay just trying to find the unmute button, we'll see if I can help her offline. But meantime, we have Anita Sharma who would like to say something. Anita Sharma, can I bring you in now while we're waiting for Jay's technical hitch to be sorted? Anita? Yes, again, unmute. That's great. Thank you.
I'm back on.
Oh, you're back. Okay. Jay, you're back. Okay, Jay, if we can have Jay first, and for Anita Sharma, just you be on next. Yes, Jay.
Sorry about that. Just I'm not technically that computer literate. Sometimes you get these hitches now and again. Yes, as thank you very much, Ravi and Sushma, for your very kind introduction. And as Ravi has said that, I have been going through a very difficult time in my life at the moment for past 6 odd years. And but the key to the success is to stay happy. And the main thing is how you stay happy. How can it is very easy to say that you should remain happy, stay focused, and stay positive. It's easier when people are going through difficult times, and we all do at some point in our life. Somebody will get into that sort of situation that where you are not able to find that motivation, the inspiration to keep yourself happy. Happiness is one of the hormones that is called dopamine in the brain. There are two hormones that actually balance our happiness and our moods. That's dopamine and serotonin. Dopamine lives it's made by the brain, whereas serotonin is actually made in the gut. And that's why the dopamine it's a neurotransmitter. It goes around in the body and it gives you a good feel factor. It's a reward system kind of a hormone, whereas serotonin also does those kind of things, but it does that by taking food, the food we eat, the intake, the appetite, the metabolism, the metabolizing of that food, that makes the serotonin. And serotonin helps dopamine itself to continue to lift your moods and continue to balance your other hormones in the body. Rather than going into a very long detail of the medical things, which I am not a medical practitioner, but little knowledge I have, I do know that these things do affect your system. But one of the best things and very simple things people can do, which I have found very helpful, is to keep yourself hydrated. Keep drinking fluid. Fluids are the major source of oxygen. After having oxygen naturally, fluid like water, fresh water, is one of the biggest source of oxygen. And when you have oxygen, your dopamine level, your serotonin levels comes high in itself. It's almost like if you imagine yourself, imagine yourself, there is in your street, there is a house on fire. If there is a house on fire, the whole street gather around it, but the house is still on fire. The only way you can put that fire out is the fire engine coming over there. That brigade comes over there and put the fire out. But how can the fire brigade can get over there? There are people, there is a lot of crowd around, and they can't get through it. Unless we disperse that crowd, we are not going to be able to reach to that place to put that fire out. Now, exactly in the same way, the body gets all these, body makes dopamine and serotonin all the time. It regularly and naturally, it makes it all the time. But when you are in a deep issue, when you are suffering with deep issues, that you are not in control of it, all those dopamines that are being released by your system, by your neurosystem, they get blocked. And the more they get blocked, the more depression you find yourself into. And the only way you can relieve yourself from those depressive episodes is to continue. The simple way is to continue to keep yourself hydrated. The more you hydrate yourself, the more you release your, let your dopamines flow through your system, and the good feel factor keeps coming back. It is a very natural system. I found it very helpful and medically proven. And I hope people will follow that advice if you are in any kind of issues that are making you feel depressed. And keeping a positive attitude also helps.
Mhm.
And having a positive attitude is not that easy. It is not easy, but having positive, you need to have some sort of inspiration. If you take your inspiration around you, especially from nature, if you look around you, the nature gives you a lot of inspiration if we can think about that. If you look at the birds do have the problems as well. The pandemic has hurt the birds too, not just the human being. They were struggling to have food for their family, to take it to them, but they were coming out looking for food, flying free all the time. When I look at those things, when I look at a tree, continue to giving out fresh air, when I look at those, that gives me a lot of inspiration. That when the nature has given us so many things for us to work on it, why are we looking for different things?
Jaya, that's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much indeed. We are rapidly running out of time because our slot was 2 to 3. Now, I know that a few people waiting to ask questions. We're also conscious that we have to introduce Riddhi, our next host. And perhaps the question that people have to ask, perhaps if they could ask in the next part when Riddhi ji is on. So first of all, a global welcome to our next host, Riddhi Vyas. Namaste. Riddhi ji.
Namaste, Riddhi.
Namaste, Ravi and Sujata ji. Thank you so much.
So I think it was Sushma ji last time I met her, but Sujata is a sister, but yes, they do look.
Sorry, Sushma, I do apologize.
So
okay.
Riddhi ji, if I can do a quick introduction on Riddhi ji, the formal wording I'll give you in a second, but I will say about Riddhi ji, she's certainly one of the, I would say, young people that we look forward to seeing in the future even more and more. Such an inspirational person, and she does so much, doing so much. I know from many years ago when I used to know from National in the Students Forum, and she's always there. I see her post regularly. Riddhi is qualified as a yoga and meditation teacher at the Seven Under Vedantic Center, and has since developed a passion for yoga and and philosophy, psychology. She's further trained as a cognitive behavioral hypnotherapist and was fascinated by how teachings from the Vedic scriptures and pranayama have influenced Western psychology. She regularly shares her wellness knowledge and practical experience with professionals of all ages and backgrounds. She provides strategies for emotional resilience by boosting their natural happiness levels and guiding her clients to be deeply energized and relaxed for better work-life balance. Riddhi has also spoken at the British Parliament, and I've had the privilege of listening to her there, Ministry of Defence, corporate law firms, as well as various radio stations and various universities across the UK, with a single aim to rise as conscious leaders. Riddhi, certainly an amazing woman. Namaste.
Yeah. Namaste, welcome.
Namaste. Thank you so much for hosting such a hospitable session as well. It was lovely to see the different accounts by people and just to see the impact that yoga meditation has had by us. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
So,
you.
Riddhi, we did have a few people who wanted to speak, but obviously we ran out of time. It'd be great if you could just see if they are still on and would like to come on. Anita Sharma was one who was going to come on. But like with everything, there's such enthusiasm on the topic because happiness is something that we all love. Joyfulness is something we all love. And there's so many different aspects. And we look forward to hearing some of the aspects you're going to come up with. But please do, if you can, accommodate the people who are waiting to speak. Thank you.
Yes, can I just say at this stage, if anyone does have any comments, please drop them into the chat box below, and I will do my best to try and accommodate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'd like to start by actually doing quick prayer. Join me, if you will, with eyes closed. Om Sarna Vashtu Sarno Bhunaktu Sarviyam Karvavahe Tejasvina Vaditamastu Ma Dvishavahe Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So that brings us nicely on to the next part of our program. A global namaste to all of our viewers. The next place that we are actually going over to is India. I am so excited to be able to host the next person. She is a regular contributor here at Healing Our Earth. And I am so excited to hear more about the Wellness Center and the trust that they have as well. I've heard loads of good things about her, and it's going to be amazing. You are in for a treat. So I look forward to sharing this with you. So welcome, Sujata ji, to Healing Our Earth. The global namaste to you. It's great to have you on the program with us. Sujata ji, we can't hear you. I think your mic might be unmuted.
Sujata ji in India, if you can hear us, your mic needs to be unmuted. Can you please unmute your microphone? Thank you. Over to you. Riddhi, carry on. You can do the introduction. Over. Okay,
fantastic. So Sujata ji is actually a Brahma Kumari, and she's going to be hosting a session on being blissful and happy. Sister Sujata Rathi is a certified health dietitian and nutrition expert. She is also certified as a professional fitness advisor and trainer. Sujata is a graduate from Pune University with a first-class honors Bachelor's of Home Science degree. She is a certified fitness consultant and yoga trainer. Currently, she coordinates the Wellness Center at the Global Hospital and Research Center in Mount Abu. Rajasthan, and has been a dietitian and fitness advisor there for over 25 years. Phenomenal. She has performed mass exercises in India and abroad. She also designs lifestyle intervention programs for coronary artery diseases, diabetes, obesity, arthritis, hypertension, and asthma. So a lot of stress-related illnesses. Programs are based on diet, exercise, and pranayama regimes. Sister Sujatha has also been honored with awards like Nari Shakti Award and Surya Datta National Award for excellence in the field of health and research. Sujatha has been speaking today on how to live a happy and blissful life while going about our daily chores in our daily lives. She shall be conducting various exercises such as stretching, breathing, chair exercises, pranayama, and lots more. We are in for a fantastic time with Sujatha Ji today. Welcome, a global namaste to you. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to join us. And we look forward to hearing more about it from you.
Thank you, Riddhi ji. Om Shanti and greetings from Holy Mountain. Thank you, Healing Our Earth team. And today is International Happiness Day. So I congratulate to everyone. Let's celebrate with the blissful life and the day. So it's so nice. Today is International Happiness Day. And we are meeting, and I have got the opportunity from the Healing on Earth. Yes, so it's very nice to hear always blissful, happy, and blessings. Yeah, so today we are going to talk, I'm going to talk, and we will share happiness amongst us through the different stretching exercises. It's a fun meditation and yoga, right? So first I would like to everyone just think about in a few seconds only, what is the blissful, yeah? What my soul actually want. We do exercise, we do the different body moves, stretches, but actually in day-to-day life or at present, what my soul need actually. I'll just take a few seconds, just close your eyes, ask yourself what my soul needs. What my soul want to celebrate. Slowly open your eyes. What do you think? My soul needs calmness with the bliss. My soul needs wise with the bliss. And my soul wants to be kind with everyone, myself and with everyone with the bliss. So God has given us opportunity in this life. So when I give myself, I feel that blissful with the different, as Riddhiji was telling about, the pranayama and meditation are like they are traveling together. So first, we'll feel that experience, and I wanted you to feel the experience the blissful. What that is like, exactly my soul needs that. Yeah. So I wanted you to sit nicely, graceful, sitting posture, sit straight with your alert mind. So what we do actually to keep ourselves alert, active mode, uplifted mode, very simple technique, just a breathing shot, like inhale and exhale through the nose. So 5 counts will actually start. I wanted to start our session with the breathing. Inhale and exhale through the nose for 5 counts. Ready? So thumb and index finger together. Place at your right and left side of the knee. Take a deep breath and exhale through the nose. Second time. Exhale through the nose. Third time. And exhale through the nose. Fourth time. And exhale through the nose. And last time. Exhale through the nose. Just appreciate yourself. So you can just give a nice smile as you are appreciating yourself and how you feel. Just feel that. How you feel that. That's very interesting. What others feel, no. So today, yes, we are going to do some fun movements also, some meditative movements as well, and definitely some pranayama also, and the stretchings also, right? So first, I wanted you to right leg, keep your right leg straight, and right hand straight, and the left hand at your abdomen, right hand straight. Take a deep breath, inhale and exhale. Yes, Riddhiji, hands straight and inhale and exhale. Touch your toes. Right toes. 1, 2. Can put the music on. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and remain this position. Remain this position. Your right hand back. Very good. And just chin up. Your neck up. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Give a nice stretch, right? Now for the other side. Other left leg again. Left hand straight up. Inhale and exhale. Touch your left toes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, and your chin up. Give a nice stretch to your back and left hand back, right hand back. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Good. Now again, sit straight. Sit. Actually, it's a very synchronized way of our lifestyle when you have what you are churning every day, your thoughts, your actions, your exercise, your routine, your diet, your water intake and sleep cycle. It's all in kind of one platter. So exactly which lifestyle suits me, because some words are really, it's soothing. Like we always say, okay, today is International Happiness Day. So when we say, our expression, facial expression also change, right? And as the word comes front of us, like happy, happy. So what happened? Its natural smile is there. Yeah, I won't say it's laugh, but it's a natural smile is on our face. So exactly how incorporate with the meditation, yoga, and our lifestyle. That's how we say it's a divine, graceful life, right? And yes, so many people have a question of that. In this situation, how we can have the blissful life? We don't have a time for exercise even we don't have a time to think that exercise is a far away actually. But as we always say, each time, each moment, if you feel like it's a auspicious moment, and how I can create that in a best moment, auspicious moment, or my golden moments, right? It's all depend on your thought, on your, as why I'm saying on your thought actually, because when you have the thought, then it can be become into the action, right? So it's very interesting that the sleep cycle also, like before my bedtime, in which mindset I'm at the bed. Like I have a day stress, I have a physical stress, or I have the environmental stress. So that's how the vibration, we talk about the vibrations, like in the air also, when we say there is a happiness and there is a stressful. So my soul actually fits or feeling comfortable in the happiness zone. Yes, it's a positive zone. So I absolutely, I'm aware of that. Like all the situations in the life or in the day-to-day life, it's not positive always, right? But my attitude can be changed into the positive zone. So that actually yoga, pranayama, teaching us and teaching us to my mindset, my subconscious mind, my conscious mind, my conscious level. It make you understand the situation. It make you understand how to be calm and how you can have the patience or how you can increase that quality which you required, right? So exactly we have the and everyone knows actually how does the serotonin works, how the endorphin works, how the adrenaline works, right? All the hormones. See actually the combination, and again the emotions is depend on our hormone secretion. So how I start my day, what I think, that's matters. That matters. And as we say, like today is the 20th March. And as I have already mentioned about the International Happiness Day, and today is 20th March 2022. Okay. So as I'm starting my day from today, what is my vision for the 20th March 2023, right? So I should give target to myself how I can achieve my goal, being and moving forward through the positive zone, to the positive vibration, and that I'm just adding this for the blissful life, for the divine life, my all the curriculum activities. So now I wanted you to stand straight. See, why I'm saying that stand straight? Okay, this is a little test actually. If suppose I have a pain, my like shoulder, or I have a stiff neck, right? So see how our mind actually works. If I have pain, so what I will first think, okay, let me get the painkiller, right? Let me get the painkiller. I'll just have the painkiller and I will eat, and I wanted result, immediately get relief from the pain. But if I'll start your hand at the shoulder level and just stretch your palm. Stretch your palm, right? Stretch your palm. And just stand like that. Feel the stretch. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. If I say like left hand, and stretch your left palm. See, where you get the stretch at your shoulder, your bicep, your tricep, your elbow, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What happened? The accumulation of our lactic acid, it just take out, yeah, and you will have the experience of the pain-free, no pain. So the wellness, like what actually we do, it's with the thought, the positive thought, and you can do the impossible things into the possible, yeah. But as we say, it's our all mindset, like it's psychosomatic, yeah. So it starts from the here. That's how we say you should do pranayama, yoga, meditation. So now we are going to do some exercises. So I wanted you to just first both hands together and stretch your both hand, and just your right side slowly and left side, and again right side and left side. And again, one more time, your right side and left side and right. So now next, we are going to do some laughing yoga, laughing exercises here, because we know that so many people, they said we actually forgot, or we always forget even the laughing. So as the laughing yoga, you know, the benefit of that, it actually increase our immunity level here, and it take out that anxiety from within. Okay, so I wanted you to everyone stand straight, and we are going to do 3 types of laughing yoga. So first is laugh from the navel, and it should be a continue laughing, right? The second is your both lip together and laugh without showing your teeth. The third one is laugh loudly, like open your jaw, laugh loudly, and no sound. Okay? So, shall we start? 1, 2, 3, and start. Continue, continue, continue. Continue, continue. And relax. The second one is both lip together. You can feel the more strenuous at the core area, muscle area. Now third is open your jaw and no sound and laugh. And again, laugh. And relax. The now next is, we have done the laughing exercises, but next we are going to perform angelic smile, and that will really help for our divine and blissful. I wanted to make namaste pose. This is actually when our both hand together, it press all the pressure points, right? It press all the pressure point, yeah. And this is a very good massage for our heart as well. And now just breathing normal, inhale and exhale through the nose only. have the angelic smile on your face. Just forgive and forget everyone. And I'm very thankful to the Almighty who has given me the opportunity of serving for the society with my happy mind, positive mind, and my kindness. Angelic smile is on your face. Appreciate yourself. Appreciate others. And I'm creating an aura of positivity around me. And I'm forgiving everyone with the positivity. Just move your neck, your right side. Angelic smile is on your face. And now slowly move your neck, your left side. Angelic smile is on your face. And again, neck, face relax. And in this standing posture, we are going to perform Om chanting. Om is a first sound of the universe. And Om creates the positive aura. It's a very ancient therapy in Bharat, in India. And Om chanting is specially, that's like a food for soul. So I wanted you to stand straight, or whoever wants to sit on the chair, they can. And take a deep breath and Om chanting. As before Om chanting, I'll explain you. A, U, M, 3 alphabet in Om. So A start from here and U at the one plateau, and the last alphabet M again resides at the navel, right? So it starts from here and like a half moon, it just we are chanting and it resides, finish that M, Om, Ma word at the navel, right? So relax your neck, relax your face, both hands together. Namaste pose, take a deep breath. Om. Second time. Om. Third time. Fourth time. Oh. And last and fifth time. Oh. Now just close your eyes, remain close. Feel the positive energy in your hand and rub your both hands. This positive energy works more than medicine, healing. And both hands on your head. Close your eyes and relax. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And again, both hands. Rub your both hands. And now right hand on your forehead and left hand to your back. And again, close your eyes. And relax. And relax. So, I hope you have a different experience. So now we have few minutes. I wanted to do some tapping and movement exercise. Yeah. So I definitely want you to just do some thoda sa tapping, fast. I wanted you to steps. आगे 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 and tapping. Tap, 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 tap. And again, tapping. Tap, tap, tap. 1, 2, 3, 4. And change. And change. Change. And tapping. Appreciate yourself. On the other side. Appreciate yourself. Change. See, we know that when our heart rate is up, yeah, see, what we have done, just a 2 minute only cardio exercise, yeah. But we also know that how to cool down, right? So in our lifestyle, in our daily life, if you're in a stressful situation, yeah, how you can keep yourself, how you can keep yourself no effect of the other situation, right? And you can be happy, yeah. You can be cool, calm, kind, wise. You can give yourself a good thought with your own thought, yeah. So now I've wanted to sit everyone on the chair, and yes, so if any questions, or Riddhi-ji?
Sujata ji, I just want to say that was a fantastic session. Definitely got me to get my heart rate up and see the difference that that session can actually make through tapping and moving and all of the physical movements that go together to make up the project. So thank you so much for sharing that. It was really good. I had a question. I was actually doing a little bit of research around the Wellness Centre. And I know that you've got this fascinating project that's been going on for a while that's coordinating between Mount Abu and London. And I was wondering if you could actually share a little bit more about that.
The projects regarding in the wellness?
Yes.
Okay, so definitely I would like to share about how the London and Mount Abu, we have a bridge actually, yes. I would like to share regarding in the pandemic people front of us, like corona or stress situation, how we have dealt that situation with the positivity, with the positive vibrations. So we actually ask everyone to connect yourself with the Supreme Being, yeah. Like when the situation happens, that time in our hospital, like I'm in the international hospital on the Mount Abu, which is located in the Rajasthan state, India. So there, yes. So in our hospital, like people from the village and the people from the overseas also, they got everyone who were sick, they were in our hospital area. And it was really a nice task for us, what the spirituality actually cope up with situation. This is a like in the wellness, from the wellness, and see, doctor has a team to handle the patient or needy person. It's a different approach, right? And the wellness area, it's like more like psychological psychotherapy, the vegetarian diet, vegetarian part, like nutrition, which is appropriate, and they can come out from the difficult situation, right? I'm not using the word corona here, but it is a different situation, difficult rather than. So actually we add the pranayama, breathing techniques, sunlight, yeah, and meditation. Like people, they're isolate for, like in first phase, first wave 18 days, second then 11, and then 7. Step by step, they decrease. But when the person is only sitting in one room, isolation, yeah, definitely the soul will go in the depression, or doesn't want to even the food or anything. The mindset is completely different. But to come out from the situation. That's a moral support, what we have done through the meditation. Yeah. And the meditation techniques and the breathing techniques, we actually combine together. And the food part, because some food actually is mood alert, right? And the food is it's very tricky situation. Like person doesn't want to eat anything, but there's a heavy dose of antibiotics as well too, because of this situation. So to understand the situation, meditation really help, and the pranayama breathing techniques really help that.
So have you ever come across a situation where maybe you've got a slightly resistant patient that doesn't quite follow through on the advice that's been given? And how do you actually help that person in that situation to be able to get the results that they need?
Actually, honestly, some people, their mindset is absolutely different out of the, they don't want to even listen. Or if we suppose ask them, ki, okay, you should do meditation is good, or you should have this type of dietary recommendations, or the other part like breathing, but people, their mindset, they don't want to listen. Yes, honestly, I'm telling you. But when they saw because the other person's story, how they recover, we actually showed them some videos. See, the same situation which you are now, and the other person, he was, and he passed out. He's okay, he's fine. Then that confidence, actually, the confidence and moral support was very important in that time, because the close family person, no one can meet, okay? The person feel very lonely that time. So the moral support, that actually lift from the different mindset.
So would you say then it's about building a strong faith in order to create that trust and that rapport? And is it once they actually have a feeling of trust and rapport, they're more likely to be able to help themselves through that situation as well? Because if the doctors have given them the advice, and then it's about building that strong will, that motivation to go ahead and to actually do the things.
Exactly, you are right. The motivation, strong, the trust, because that time there is no hope actually, because when the person they actually scared of the name of the hospital even, or the name of the what they are going through, right? And that time, exactly that time, someone is helping for, it's a selfless caring, care and concern, that actually, and the supreme like energy is there, right? That time no one can help, like no human being, right? Only the master power energy only help that. And that is hope, that is the motivation. And the people, then they learn meditation techniques, and definitely I would like to say the ratio of our holistic hospital, the recovery period was 85%.
Fantastic, yeah. And do you think that the whole pandemic has actually had a knock-on effect? I was actually looking at the World Health Organization, and they were saying that there's been a 25% increase in terms of mental health related illnesses. Have you experienced something at the hospital where they've been through that situation? And would you actually say that it's the spirituality that's got them through?
Yes, this is really a very practical and nice question. Yes, 25%, we have observed that people lost like self first is under depression, and they even the youngsters like 20, the age, if we talk 20, 25 between, no, they don't want to go for a further study. They don't want to get even in the other life, right? And 25, even I would say WHO said 25, but I think it's more 25%, right? Because they lost their siblings and yeah, and then you again, revert from the situation. That time, I personally feel that I should have a patience. If I suggest, if our team suggests, so it is not like, it might be for normal person to recover maybe in 1 month, but this situation, the person recover after 3 months. So patience was very there, and to understand the person. Okay, they are depression. Okay, but we actually make them to understand that they are under depression. That was the very tricky task actually. Then our own spirituality actually, it works. Own positivity and own spirituality.
So is it about really then giving them hope when they're in a situation like that, showing them that there is a way through whatever situation they may well be going through? Because obviously when we're actually going through a state of pain, the mind is being led in a different direction. The mind is being pulled out of its day-to-day thoughts, and it's becoming entangled within the body. It's being entangled within the emotions. So then we actually end up suffering more than what we actually need to, because yes, there is the very physical reality of it. But then there's also the prolonged suffering that we tend to create in our own minds. And that's really at the root of things, what's actually holding them back, what's keeping them stuck, right?
Correct.
Is that something you can shed some light on?
Yes, correct.
Mm-hmm. So I think it's a fantastic thing that you're actually doing, and because I hear that you're a fitness trainer as well, right? So it's up to you then to be able to create those plans, to give the clients those plans for them to follow through. And with diets, with any kind of a diet, it's a bit of a hit and miss, because even though we're actually got the plans and we're giving them those plans, there's a mishap with the follow through that actually happens as well. And a lot of the times we end up getting this bit of yin and yang, where they're going between two realities and they haven't quite established themselves at the root of it where they need to be.
Actually, honestly, again, I would like to mention about that. If anyone wanted to see dietitian or nutritionist, I'm talking about Indian mentality. Some people, like, they don't want to meet because they have that in their mindset. Oh, if we meet dietitian or nutritionist, take it, don't eat it and don't do that, so it's better not to meet her. Yeah. And when this type of mindset, when people come to our center to just understand their lifestyle, some internet problem, sorry, so to understand them, and it's very interesting, like if they come for a diet advice, but they say like, no, we are very much fine. Like if suppose extra overweight person comes to our center, and if I say like, oh, you come on, you need to lose 25 kgs or some pounds, they said, no, this is our personality. Yeah, we are very much comfortable.
So they've created their own identity.
Yes, that time is a real task. Know your ideal weight, and like blah blah blah, this is the correct measurement what you need to be. And but again, they change, the environment change. They said, we don't have any problem, why the doctor have a problem?
Mm-hmm. So the first stage then is really about accepting and coming to terms with what's actually happened before they can break through that. So they've actually got to meet themselves with this, I'd say, love and understanding in order to be able to find a solution. Because if they don't acknowledge the problem, or acknowledging the problem is 3/4 of that solution. So if they don't acknowledge the problem, then they're not really going to be able to receive the help that they need.
Correct, correct.
Yes. And so then, is it actually about, because I hear that there's a whole team working behind
Yes.
that, isn't there? So there's yourself that's doing like the nutrition side of this, and the dietetics and the fitness side of it. So it's really about creating a whole holistic approach then, at creating a holistic view of life.
Yeah.
And how does that affect them when they're actually going through like stress, and there's all they're seeing in their external environment is stress, it's chaos, it's pressure, it's demands. There's a lot of things that they've got to get done, and yet they're not able to do it.
Actually, yes, I can share one story which
Please.
happens. Yeah, one sister from Australia, she came with the in Indian like kgs, 125 kgs. And you know, the person is so under the depression, and she said, why am here? I'm with you. You should follow the diet what you have given to me. Like she actually got admitted under our supervision. So she need to shed off 60 kgs. Okay, according to her height. The main is 60 kgs. So her parents ask her, okay, you stay with them maybe 1 year or 8 months. Okay. So what happened? It's really, she just slapped me actually first. She slapped me. And I said, you know, my mindset, what happened? I said, okay, in my mind, I just thought, okay, she's under depression. I should not get anger. No. So I said, come on, no problem. You want to hit, you want to slap, I'm there. You can hit me, no problem. But I'm with you. I'm going to follow what you are going to have, like quiz and like different nutrition plan, not the same, but proper nutrition plan, because she wanted some company and she wanted like someone is really understanding her. So it's really very nice. And that time I really honestly telling you, the meditation actually give you the firmness, like decision, because my decision, I should not shakeable. Yeah. If I shake, so I'm wrong then. How can I then ask her, or how can I motivate her? Right. Exactly. So the success story, like she shed off 62 kgs.
Yes,
and she's
that's
fine.
fantastic.
and it's again positivity, like we always say, whether I'm with the spirituality like in Brahma Kumaris, but any spirituality, yeah, I respect for everyone, all the meditators. So the auspicious time, like morning 4 to 4:45 is a universal auspicious time, right? In my dietary tips, I always ask people, please wake up that time and do breathing techniques and meditation. Definitely what you want, you will get it. It's a blessing of that time, special time. And then if you want to sleep little, it's okay.
And isn't it just amazing, because those Brahma Muhurt hours where it's just quietness and people are actually really able to take their meditation to the next level, it's creating that sense of focus and stillness and calm within, even before they start the rest of their day and things start to happen. They've already cultivated the right mindset. They're already in that space, so that then when they do actually meet challenges, they're able to move through those challenges a lot more swiftly. Because I actually meditate myself. So every morning I've actually made a pact of waking up between 5 and 5:30. And I just find that afterwards I'm so much happier as a result, because I've actually got my mindset in the right shape. And I think a lot of the times people actually think that meditation is about not having any thoughts whatsoever and just about totally silencing the mind. But I tend to disagree with that, because we're human, and at the end of the day, we're going to have thoughts, but it's where we're actually focusing those thoughts and being able to bring ourselves back, being able to acknowledge the thought for what it is, seeing the thought for what it is, and then bringing ourselves back. So it's about having that focus point, having that energy within, and then what then creates a ripple effect throughout the rest of the day. So that when they do come across a challenge, they can see the challenge for what it is. It's not any bigger than what it actually needs to be, but they're able to then start to problem solve. They're able to then start to be creative about what it is that they're getting. And because they've opened themselves up to being more creative, to starting to problem solve, then it doesn't get so stressful, because as you probably already know, when they actually do get stressed, it's creating stress not just in their mind, but it's also in their breathing, it's also in their body, it's also in the way that they're conducting themselves day to day. And that's really where the anger, the irritation, everything else starts to kick in. And so they lose their sense of calmness. And I've actually seen that myself, where I've actually had a day where I don't meditate, or I haven't quite woken up in time. And I can actually see that my mindset just isn't in the right place sometimes to be able to deal with what it is I come across. But when I actually create that safety bubble around me, it's actually just about being able to break down the thoughts, to be able to get to the root cause of what's happening. And then I find that it's so much easier to go about finding a cure for that as well, finding the solution.
Correct. And it is really nice to hear from you. And I just want to add in that the Brahma Muhurat time, but we are practicing Brahma Muhurat time and each hour. Yeah, like 7,
Fantastic.
8, 9, 10. Yeah. So when you wake up in the hours, like 10 hours, suppose, or 14 hours. So in hour, just take a 1 minute only, 60 seconds. Yeah. To break on your thoughts. Yeah. And that is fantastic, to remain in your blissful stage.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really
Yes, to be able to
everyone
slow down the
talking,
breath and to
but
be able
at
to
least in
think
hours,
along
at
that.
least in 2 hours. Yeah.
So we didn't quite
Exactly.
get to that
And
because the internet
just
broke down.
give,
So we're just saying
yeah.
to actually have a minute of meditation every hour.
Okay.
And because they're actually giving themselves that minute of meditation, they were able to slow down their breathing, and slowing down their breathing slows down their thoughts. Did you have anything to add to that?
Like you can just in 1 minute detach from your work. Yeah. Like I'm Sujata. No, I'm not Sujata. I'm a powerful soul, happy soul. If I just see, okay, I'm Sujata doing. So my body again, body conscious, right? I wanted at least soul conscious for 1 minute. And
Yes.
you won't get affected with the situation, right? You are detached from the situation. And just give to nature also that vibration. And nature will help you. It will support you.
Being one with nature, being one with ourselves, being one with everything around us. So
Exactly.
powerful.
Yes.
Thank you so much for sharing today, Dr. Sujata. I really appreciate it. It was fantastic to learn so much from you and to gain so much from that session. Keep up the good work.
Yes. Thank you so much. And I would like to tell everyone, just take 1 minute when you feel comfortable. Yes. And when you visit India, you're most welcome, and be our family, be our guest anytime. Most welcome. Om Shanti, and wish you all the best. Om Shanti.
Our next speaker is Nabanita Das, and she is a powerful yogi in her own right. and she does a number of careers herself, and she'll be sharing a couple of those careers with us today. So I am so excited to be joined by her as well. She's also a member of Healing Our Earth, so I'm sure she's actually got some fantastic practices in place. Namaste, Navneeta Dasji. Nice to meet you.
Global Namaste, Riddhi-ji. Thank you very much.
So I understand that you're going to be sharing sub-careers for clean and happy body and mind. Navneeta Dasji has been teaching yoga in the UK through virtual platform since April 2020. She is a certified yoga instructor from PYPT UK Trust. By conducting free yoga sessions, her goal is to promote physical health and mental well-being. Her yoga group is called Smile with Yoga. The main motto of her yoga session is to create a happy, healthy, smiling community. And within the span of the pandemic, 16 months, Smile with Yoga has donated to various charities like Breast Cancer Charity UK, Children Charity UK, various COVID crisis funds, and Project Y in Delhi, working with slum children. It's quite an achievement. Lots of work that's been done for the community, for charities, giving deeply from the bottom of your hand, from the bottom of your heart. So thank you so much for all that you do, and I'm really looking forward to your session today.
Global Namaste to you, Riddhi-ji, and global Namaste to all of our team on Healing Our Earth, and to our global audience. A very big welcome and Namaste to all of you. I'm so blessed that I got opportunity to share some of my knowledge today. And today, focus of my session is to familiarize our audience about some Kshatriyas, which are featured in Hatha Yoga Pradipika, which is an eminent text about yoga. Quite a few of you might be already knowing about it. And these kriyas, because I have practiced myself and I have really got tremendous benefits out of it, because I was undergoing lots of stress and lots of inflammation inside the body. And I feel that, and this is predominantly spring season, almost approaching summer, but this is still spring. And in the spring, we tend to get lots of allergies, hay fever, and I think it is very important that we keep our nasal tract and our throat and our system very clean. And there are certain yogic kriyas which can help a lot, where you do not need to depend on piriton, histamine, all those things which can take a toll on a long-term basis. And they really make our body very less immune, which in turn will cause a lot of other diseases. So yeah, that's what I'm...
Absolutely. So do you actually find, before we actually see some practical demonstrations, do you find that there's like contraindications for people when they're actually practicing?
Yeah, when I perform it, so my plan is to present a generic presentation where I can introduce all the kriyas and talk a little bit about it, but because of time constraint today, I will be demonstrating only one or two, but I will be going in details of those 2 or 3. If time permits, I might go for a little bit more, yeah, depending on the time availability.
Great. So I'd like to actually enjoy some of those practices with you today, and look forward to it.
Yeah, so if that is okay, I'll be presenting a few slides just to familiarize everyone with what those kriyas are, what I'm talking about. So let me just share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
I'm just going to go for the, sorry, I'll just go for the slideshow mode. Just give me a second. I'll keep it in slideshow and then share again.
Mm-hmm. So how long have you actually been practicing kriyas?
I have been seriously practicing and teaching for last 2 years.
Fantastic. And what made you actually want to look into kriyas in a little bit more depth?
Sorry, I don't know. It's not coming in slideshow mode. A bit of difficulty. Yeah, can you see
We can
in
see your screen.
slideshow? Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, sorry, I missed your last question. Do you mind repeating? If you don't mind. Yeah.
And what helped you to actually decide that careers was something you wanted to look into in a little bit more detail? How did you actually come to that realization?
It was actually a course that I have undergone recently where it was explained in very detail, and previously, although I knew about these, I wasn't very sure whether any contraindications are there, whether everybody can perform it. And then when I performed myself, I kind of got the hang of it, and then I know that yes, in general most of us can do it. It's only very few conditions where people cannot perform it, or if they want to perform it, they can approach a certified center where they actually can help people to get it done under expert guidance.
So it's really a safe way to be able to clean out those passages and to be able to just help us to oxygenate the body a little bit better and to free us from those toxins as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Fantastic. Please do carry on.
Thank you. So Shat Kriyas, I mean, I've just put some text so that you can read as I talk about it. Mainly there are 6 types. So as you can see, I've listed down, it's called Neti, Dhauti, Noli, Pasti, Kapalbhati, and Trataka. They're quite, if you're not much familiar with Sanskrit, so they are all Sanskrit names. And I have got pictures where you can see what they are really. So don't worry if you don't really get the hang of the names. There will be picture to familiarize you with what I mean. But basically, the kriyas were introduced in the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, because as per Hatha Yoga Pradipika, they say that, you first get into asana, that's the first step, where you get into a posture. And as per Hatha Yoga Pradipika, there are certain 15 set of asanas are there. I'm not going in detail of that. But the basic idea is get into a posture, steady posture, where Sthira Sukha Asanam. That means your mind, your body kind of settles down, you're ready to kind of perform the yogic procedures. And then they say that you get into the habit of getting into asana. You need to, of course, cleanse your body so that in turn helps you to sit in the asana properly. Okay. And those are the kriyas here. And then once you are done with all the cleansing process, you are already all set for the pranayama, which actually brings the prana, the air, into our body. Of course, there are different types of air in our body, which are like 5 types. Okay. Not going into details of it as of now, but when you have some question, I can answer for that. Okay. So these are the 6 types of asanas, the kriyas. That's why they are called Shat kriyas. Some people may call it Shat karmas. Okay. And some of these are part of the Panchakarma process in Ayurvedic centers. So when you go for the seasonal, some people do go for seasonal cleansing of their body. These can be performed as a therapeutic process, like someone is suffering already from sinus, migraine, allergy. So that time these can be used as a therapeutic process, but these can be used as a preventative measure, especially during the spring season. It is very much recommended to do neti. But similarly, there are other kriyas which can be performed throughout the year, but there can be kriyas which can be specific to, say, Varsha Ritu. It's rainy season. As per Ayurveda, they call it Varsha Ritu, because that is the time you tend to get more of stomach upset. So in that time, we might recommend a kriya called Basti more. But they can be used throughout the year in case there is any ailment as a therapeutic process. Okay. So this is kind of showing you, by using these kriyas, which part of the bodies are addressed, which parts of the body is addressed. So if you perform Basti, that is actually cleaning your colon and basically the lower tract of your abdomen. Okay. And then when you are doing the Dhauti, you are actually cleansing the upper tract of your body, like starting from the top of your abdominal area and then throat, and all these things are cleansed up. Then by performing Neti, you are actually cleansing your nasal tract, upper the mouth, and all those areas. And Trataka is nothing but gazing at a point to increase the strengthen your eye power actually, and it also helps in cleansing your this area where it increases your third eye power and helps you to concentrate better. It actually brings it has a lot of significance in the samadhi or when you are trying to get into meditation.
Navanita, this is Neil Kumar here. I think you're trying to show the viewers exactly where to breathe and not, but we are stuck with the screen on here. So if it's the screen you want us to see or yourself, be aware of it. We are actually watching a frozen screen over.
Thank you, Nilji. No, this is the picture I was explaining. I will be moving on to the next one.
Carry on, over.
Okay, thank you. So this is a basic picture which kind of shows by performing these kriyas, which part of the body you are actually cleansing, okay? And yeah, I can come back to it if in case, you think that.
Navanita, we are not seeing any pictures or anything. We only got one screen which says what is Shankha Prakasalana. So if you are showing any pictures or something, maybe reshare the screen share so we can see what you are seeing. Over.
Okay, so there is a problem in sharing then. Okay. Not sure what is happening.
Okay, no worry. You can chit chat with Riddhi. She is here. Riddhi, you can chit chat with Nabanita. And Nabanita, maybe you can explain with the view over here.
I'll just try one more time. If it doesn't work, definitely I'll not do it anymore.
Sure, go ahead, over.
Okay, is it visible? I know it's not slideshow mode, but then I can.
So we have got a screen here. If you maximize it, so if you look up on the top, there will be double arrows. That's minimize. Below that, there should be a screen that will maximize. If you maximize the screen and see if the slide is working. So you've got the slide number 1. You need to maximize this. Yes, perfect. Now we've got the pictures of the 6 different yoga techniques. Is that what you want us to see? Neti and Dhauti? And...
Yeah, so this is what I was explaining. And now I wanted to go to the next one. Yeah, here.
There you are. Go ahead, over.
Thank you. Oh, it's the technical stuff. But I do very well with these. I don't know what went wrong. Okay. So this is the picture, general picture of neti. Now, neti can be done with water, ghee or oil or milk. But normal practice that we do at home generally is with water, which I'm planning to demonstrate today. Okay. And which is actually helping us to clear the nasal passage, which takes out any pathogens, anything that enters through the nasal area, especially during the COVID time. This was one of the recommended kriyas that helped a lot of people to keep the nasal tract clean on a regular basis, because the coronavirus, COVID-19, mostly they used to enter through the nasal passage. And if at all it entered, and if you had performed it on a regular basis, you would have prevented it going down to the lungs. That is the whole purpose of it. And then the next one is Dhauti. Dhauti, initially it was introduced with Vastra Dhauti, which is with a piece of cloth, and there's a certain dimension of Dhauti cloth, which is mentioned in Hatayadiga Pradipika. That could be, but it has to be done under expert guidance, and you have to visit a proper Ayurvedic center or a naturopathy center where they can help you to perform this. What it does is they push a cloth through your mouth and goes all the way down to your intestine. Okay, so and then they take it out with their expertise. So please don't try this at home, but this is something which can be done if you are most of the times kind of suffering from, lots of phlegm in the throat, and then lots of inflammation, acid reflux, all those things happening. This is one of the things that can be performed to help you to cleanse that tract, because there could be things sitting in your abdominal tract, in your throat, in your upper digestive tract for years. Okay, even if you have probably eaten 5 years back, that food also can be sitting there. It's that bad. And that's what causes gastric trouble, acid reflux, and whatnot. Okay, now that was dhauti. Now dhauti, there could be different types, but the common dhauti that can be practiced at home, which can be done on our own. Of course, I will mention the contraindications who should not be performing, is Vamana dhauti, which is performed with salt water. Next is Nauli. Nauli, if you can look at the picture, it's kind of abdominal massage. It is done completely on your own, but it needs a bit of practice and expertise, which can be shown, which needs to be taught by a yoga practitioner, and you need to know. And for that, you need to get into regular breathing practice, and then only you might be able to perform it, because it is a little bit tricky if you don't know how to control your breathing. Okay, so first it needs a bit of practice of controlling of breathing in and out under the expert guidance of a yoga teacher, and then you can practice that. So it could be performed while sitting, it could be performed while standing, like in the picture I have put. Okay, and it's extremely good because it gives all the internal organs, abdominal organs, a extremely good acupressure type of massage. And to some extent, Kapalbhati does the similar thing, which I can show today. And Nauli is generally, to be able to demonstrate, you have to kind of show the abdominal movement, which normally gentlemen do. So I won't be able to show that, unfortunately. Now, Basti is the colon cleansing process, where nowadays there is a whole system called Enema, you must have heard of. It is available and you can buy that, but my recommendation is don't ever practice it without even getting it done once by expert and by visiting a proper Ayurvedic center or a naturopathy center where they can help you to do it. And then once you know about it, how to perform it at home, they might even guide you how to do it. Nowadays, a lot of people are buying Enema kit and getting it done. It is extremely beneficial, especially for people who are suffering from severe constipation. Lots of problems are arising because of constipation, piles and whatnot. So in those cases, this will help. Okay. The last two are Kapalbhati and Trataka. Kapalbhati is again, it's called Kriya, but it is again controlled breathing, breathe out, which I will perform and show. Next one is Trataka. Trataka is nothing but focusing at one point. Traditionally, it started with gazing at candlelight, which helps to improve your eyesight, also activates your Ajna chakra, which is at the third eye position, and also prepares your body and your mind for meditation, which is the ultimate aim of any kind of yogic practice. All the asanas and the breathing exercises that we do, take any yogic text, they are the the initial few steps before you actually get into the meditation, or when you are actually practicing the yogic, which is the ultimate aim of yoga, is to attain kaivalya or the moksha. Okay, where you become indifferent about anything other than surrendering it to the Parameshwar or to the Supreme God, and you are looking for the moksha. Okay, so these are all the preparatory steps. So you cleanse your body, cleanse your mind, get into a proper pose, asana, start practicing pranayam, and then gently you get into your meditative mode to, ask for moksha or attain kaivalya. Now that's not part of my presentation, but that's something. Why do we need to practice this? I thought I'll bring that, context here. Now next is, I put some. This is just a general text which I was talking about, so I'm not going into that. Until unless someone has question, I can go back and clarify. And Neti, especially Neti, I have put here because that is something I will be practicing. So I do want you to know what are the benefits specifically. It clears the nose and the pharynx, helps in allergic rhinitis and sinusitis, removes cold, hypersensitivity, as I said, helps in asthma, pneumonia, bronchitis, and even from my own experience, it helps with migraine. If you frequently suffering from migraine, it is an amazing technique which can help. Okay, but there are few limitations. You should be aware of it before performing this. If you have a recent ear infection, any nasal septum operation, or chronic bleeding, this is something you have to be very careful about. If you tend to get severe bleeding most of the times from your nose, you should not perform this. Okay, structural blockage, any kind of blockage that you might, like my son had adenoid problem. So if someone has adenoid or polyps in the nose, no, because then the water will not pass through your nose and the purpose will not be served. And we generally don't recommend menstruating and pregnant women performing this because they might find it quite stressful for the body because the body is already undergoing a bit of stress at the time. Okay. Any questions so far? Oh, I'll just go ahead.
Looks good. Please continue.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to, something's, okay, yeah. So this is Shank Prakshalana, which doesn't sound familiar because I've told Shat Kriyas. This is actually part of the one of the Dharti process. And this is something that can be easily performed, which means it also helps in cleansing our colon. But it should have been Basti, but it's actually called Barishar Dhauti. That means with the water, how you can cleanse your system. And this is something I personally practice. So I thought it will be nice if I can bring that here. So it's called Shank Prakshalana, and it is really, means that Shank means, it's a conch in Hindu religion. And Prakshalana is basically cleansing process. Okay. And by performing 5 types of asanas, the pictures are there in my presentation, you will be able to activate our ball, especially as we age with the stress and with the less sleep. Most of us find it hard to cleanse or activate our ball in the morning. Okay, now this process is very effective. If you can get into the habit of practicing it, you will find your morning cleansing process so much easier. And you know what, if you are asking a question, like even before you ask, like when do I perform these? Of course, first thing in the morning, because these cleansing processes or the kriyas really prepare your body. If you are if you are somebody who kind of try to practice yoga in the morning, it will be the best to practice the kriyas, cleanse your bowel, cleanse your nasal passage, then you're ready to sit in a Sthiram Sukham Asanam, a posture, and then you start practicing pranayam. You will feel the difference when you start practicing after the kriyas. So how Shank Prakshalana is done? So we need to take 1 or 2, spoons of salt in water. Like I said, take 1 to 2 liters of lukewarm water and add 2 spoons of salt per liter. And some people do recommend some amount of lemon juice, but I practiced without lemon, which also works fine. And you just drink few glasses first. You perform those asanas, which I'm coming to that. And then if still your bowel is not activated, you again take 1 or 2 glasses of water and you perform the asanas, and the cycle goes on like that until your bowel is activated. And then when you think that your bowel is ready to, you will feel that your nervous system will tell you that. And then you go and you will completely clean out any toxin which might be sitting, and your constipation problem will be addressed. And when constipation problems are addressed, you know that how light you feel throughout the day. And because of constipation, your nervous system or your blood pressure, everything gets disturbed, and that is when you get migraine. That is when you kind of find that you are anxious for so many things. So they are all linked. They are not separate. Your mental stress is also linked to your physical body condition. So everything kind of falls into the path. Okay. So I've just given what I normally do, and general things like when should I practice, where should I practice. Okay, the best time to practice Shank Prakshalana is the early morning. There won't be any disturbances in the morning and you can get the work done easily. And then where should I practice? This should practice in exercise. This exercise in places where there are adequate toilet facilities. That's a general thing. But it sounds very funny, but this is one of the most effective practices that we would probably recommend if someone is suffering from any kind of, abdominal related issues, and in turn they are suffering from high BP and all those things. Okay. So these are the 5, actually not. So that's 1, 2, 3, yes, 5 processes, and which I will demonstrate. Let me do the Neti process, but before that, is there any question? I'm getting ready to show the Neti now.
No questions so far, but as far as the neti goes, I understand that there's 2 different types of neti pots, isn't there? One of them is the plastic bottle, which looks a little bit like this. So they can actually fill it up to a certain level, put in a sachet of salt and be able to dissolve that and use it. The other one is actually a neti pot, isn't it? So they can actually use it. It looks a little bit like a small teapot, and that's where they can fill it up with water and put in some salt and be able to create the solution that way. And what's your view on it? Which one's better? Is there one that's better? Are there any setbacks to any of them?
I mean, technically, I like the Neti pot, which I've got today. The reason behind supporting these more than the bottle that you have just shown me, I know it is available in the market and you can buy it in Amazon, and it comes with a nice pack of salt as well, which you can use. But if you ask me, this is more beneficial because this is where you have more control how much water you should be pouring through your nose. Because through the bottle, if you accidentally kind of squirt a lot more than your body was ready to take, then it might cause a bit of problem. So I would say this has more control than the other one. Mm-hmm. But this needs a bit of practice. A lot of people find it difficult to push it through and then do it. That's the main reason a lot of people go for the bottle, which is safer and it doesn't spill from the top. But as long as you know how much you should be filling, so I should be filling only up to the level of where the spout is kind of starting. Right. Okay. So that way I ensure that it's not going to spill over from the top.
So that gives you the control as well, because you're actually controlling how much water you're using. Oh, fantastic. Look forward to seeing the demonstration.
Yeah, so just give me a second. I'm just going to push my screen bit away from me and need to let me know if you can see me. So I've got a bucket today where I kind of need to, and the general recommendation is, if you are somebody who doesn't have any knee problem, who can sit on the floor, you can sit.
Navanita, once again, the screen share is on, so we are not seeing you. Can you stop screen share? Over. Thank you. Go ahead, over.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so that's the bucket. If you're normally a person who can sit on the floor, then you would be sitting on the floor like this. You take any support. I don't want you to, go unbalanced and fall over. So the normal posture will be like this. You will have the bucket in front of you like this. Okay. And I'm going to pour some water. Which is, as I said, only up to the base of the spout. And it has to be lukewarm water, not cold, but not hot. It has to be lukewarm water. And I'm going to, this is my salt. It's only a pinch of salt. So you can use just the normal salt that you use for your cooking. You do not need any special kind of salt. Okay. And also, before you start, you want to ensure that your nasal passage is, I mean, if it is already blocked, too much blocked, you cannot perform it. Okay, but if you can ensure that you have cleared your nose a little bit before you started performing, that would be better. So in that case, you will be able to perform it better. Okay. And now I'm ready to perform it. Now, if you cannot sit on the floor, nothing to worry. You can still keep it on a chair. You stand, but you lean forward. Now, one hand goes at the back. I'm going to hold this. Okay. And now I'm going to tilt my head. If you can look at the pointy bit of the spout, that is what I have to make sure to push it a little bit, not too hard to, make you bleed, but push it through a little bit so that it kind of fits inside the nostril properly. Okay. Just need to have a bit of tissue. This is to make sure that once you have done the neti, you can have something to clean your nose. Okay. So here we go. My hand is at the back. My head is nicely tilted. And I'm going to fit in the spout nicely. I'm going to open my mouth and I'm going to just do very slow and gentle. Okay, that's what I'm going to follow. Okay, I'm going to take the excess water that has gone in by doing gentle Kapalbhati style breathing in and out. And it's all clear. Okay. No more is coming out. That's all. Okay. And if you feel that little bit is still there, you can just gentle sniff. Don't go hard like very big blow. Very gentle. All done. So if you perform this every morning, you will be rest assured that your nasal passage is, free of any virus, bacteria that enters through your nasal passage. And anytime you get, cold, you can perform this unless your nose is severely blocked. Even when it is blocked, if you can perform, even if it doesn't come out through the other nasal passage, other nostril, it will still go in it because of the lukewarm salt water. It will help you to cleanse the, make at least the mucus, which is sitting very hard inside, to melt and then gently come out. Okay. And then I'm going to show all the asanas that were featured in the, so I will.
Nabanita Bastri,
yeah.
Before you go on and show us those asanas, I just want to ask, with the neti pot itself, is there any kind of like training that people need to do prior to trying those activities, or is it something that everyone can do every day?
As I said, this is the easiest process, but there are other neti processes like sutra neti, which might be a bit tricky to perform on your own, like where you need to insert a rubber catheter, a tube, very thin tube, through your nasal passage, and you have to take it out through mouth. So which needs a bit of, practice, and especially if you are, not too sure about how. But this is something which is very easy, and I just learned it by looking at someone who has demonstrated over online.
So Nabanita, let's remind the viewers who are watching on YouTube, Facebook, website, and on the Periscope, we are not suggesting they do it, but this is one of the techniques, and they should do it once they've been trained by some expert or once they've actually watched proper training sessions. Over.
Yeah, so they have to know, first see someone who is expert at it and then follow that. So like I did. Yes, I think Lata is raising hand. Lata.
Hi, Nabanita.
Hello,
That was
Lata.
brilliant, wonderful. I really enjoyed watching you. What I was wondering is, do you do it either nostril, just one nostril, or so would it be another side another day? Like
you can choose any side as long as it comes out from the other side. For me, it is convenient to do the right side and take it out through left. But if you find it the other way around easier for you, you can do that. Yeah, absolutely, no problem.
And is it sometimes it goes in the wrong direction, and then it makes you feel like you know what I mean? It makes you feel like water's gone through your nasal wrong way when you're swimming and all that. Sometimes it feels uncomfortable, doesn't it? So I was just wondering if you do it the right way, that shouldn't happen. But if you're doing it the wrong way, is that what it is?
No, it can, anyway, it can go a little bit into your head when you are not much into a practice, but then what you have to do is just stop immediately. You should not carry on doing it. And then you have to sniff out the water and very gently and take it easy. Like it's not going to harm anyway.
Yeah.
But you have to stop immediately. But it can be done, started from any nostril you like.
Yeah, I've tried it during shower and cleansing it, and it does work. It's pretty easy.
Yeah,
pretty awesome. Yeah, and I suppose you can cleanse your ears like that as well.
I haven't tried it, so I can't recommend that.
No.
Yeah. But it does clear your total, it's an interlinked, right? So it will cleanse up all this, nasal tract in your ear, nose, throat. That's the whole connection, right? So yeah, so that is something. Thank you, Nilji, for reminding me. Yes, of course, you have to, watch it carefully. And then if you think that, no, this is something I don't understand, of course, you need to speak to a practitioner who does it. Okay. And then you can go ahead. But it's kind of safe until unless you have those conditions which I have mentioned, the contraindications. So keep those in mind. If you have those conditions, then don't perform. Normally, neti is quite safe. But when it comes to basti and dhauti, there are certain things that you have to keep in mind. Like, when you are drinking salt water, especially the one that I was just about to talk about is Shank Prakshalan, for which I was showing the slide, where you have to drink quite a lot of salty water. And salt water, the reason because we recommend salt water is because our body itself has salt in it. So it doesn't change anything inside when we use the salt water. If you have high BP or heart related issues, and too much of salt water might cause problem. So that's why basti, dhauti, all these things, you have to always first get it done with an expert from a certified center. And once they have explained to you and you think that you are confident under their guidance, then you perform it. Okay, I just showed the easiest one, which can be done safely at home and which can keep you safe kind of in the current condition as well, and in the spring season. Now coming to Shank Prakshalam, there are 5 types of asanas as I was showing. One is the Tadasana, where we stand, which I will show, because in the picture it may not be that clear. I will. So let me set up so that you can see me better. Just need to put away the stuff for my native.
So, Navneet Dashji, would you actually say that these asanas can be performed at the same time as they're actually doing the kriyas? So is it something that they can do simultaneously? Is it something that complements?
No, for Shank Prakshalan, as I was saying in the presentation, like it should be done first thing in the morning, and it helps you to activate your bowel. So you get up in the morning, then you start drinking the water. I mean, of course, after you did your brushing, that you, if you prefer that to be done first, you do brushing and you freshen up your face and all those things. You know, as per Ayurveda, there are so many dinacharyas, like all the daily routines. And then, but we kind of give preference to getting the bowel activated and get that cleansed up from our systems. That's why we tell that first thing in the morning, you start drinking the salt water. It's only that quantity I have shown, right? 1 or 2 spoons in 1 or 2 liters of water. So you drink at least 3-4 in the beginning. Then you perform these 5 asanas, which I'll show. And then if you think still you are not getting your bowel activated, you drink 1 or 2 glasses more. You again perform the asanas until you start feeling that you need to go.
Fantastic.
Yeah, okay. Try my best, hope my camera can focus me. Right. Bit of crunches, please. Okay, so first one is called Tadasana, which is a standing stretch. Okay, so you kind of, there are different versions of Tadasana, but this is what I follow. So I kind of interlink my fingers, keep it on my head, and then as I go up, that will be stretched all the way up. Okay, and then you come up on your toes. So you kind of stay 10 seconds. This is called Tadasana. Extremely good because it kind of stretches your whole system, your abdominal muscles, everything is stretched. Okay, and your calves, because the calves have the digestion points. That is also another reason why we are doing Tadasana first. I'm just going to move my waist down a little bit. Okay, the next one is you stay in Tadasana, but you come down. This cannot be done when you are on your toes, and you are going to stretch sidewise. So that is called Tiryak Tadasana. And you can stretch as much as your body allows. I'm just showing minimum a bit of space constraint. Okay, so that's number 2. Number 3, it's basically, if you look at it, stretching abdominal muscles, giving it a twist. Okay, so always you are basically, movement is the key. You need to make sure your abdominal muscles and intestine and all the organs inside, they are kind of making the movements inside. Okay, and then that next one is called Kati Chakrasana. That means the twisting, and each one has to be performed at least 8 times. Okay, so first cycle you do at least 8 times of these. So I would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I didn't do 8 times for those 2, but you have to do 8 of those. That's kind of minimum count, which helps. And then the next 2 will be, one is the second one, the fourth one, that's it. That was the third one, right? Fourth one will be on the floor. That's the Bhujangasana or the Cobra pose. Again, 8 times, but it's in a twisted pose. Okay, so it is like you are on the floor. Of course, you have to keep in mind all the contraindications depending on your body condition. If you have any back issues, any kind of problem, you will not go for, something that will not suit you. Okay, so these are generic ones. Each and every asana, you have to know what your body can take. You will do only as much as your body can take. Okay, so this is the Bhujangasana or Cobra pose. You come up like this, but Tiryak one will be, you can split your legs to make it easier to twist and look like that. 1, and then 2, then 3, and then 4, and you carry on like that. Okay, and then you come down. The next and the last one, it's called Udar Karshanasana, where you sit in Vajrasana. Again, if you are someone who cannot sit on the floor because of any knee problem, you can do that on the chair. Always scale down versions are available. It's not that if I can't sit on the floor, I cannot do anything. No, there are scaled down versions. All you have to do is make your stomach area, your abdominal area move, so that the salt water that you have taken inside that moves, circulates around and helps the stool which sit inside your rectum and doesn't come out easily to slide down easily. Okay. And Udarkarshana means you will just twist in Vajrasana. And the reason we sit in Vajrasana is on your calves, you have the digestion point, and in yogic language, you call it Vajranadi. Okay, so that means you're activating your Vajranadi. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's how you continue. So 5 types, each one 8 times, and you, if still not activated, you drink again and you carry on the process. It does take some time, but when your body is getting used to, I think it won't take that long when you are regularly practicing it. So that was all about Shank Prakshanan. And as I said, contraindications will be if someone has high heart problem, high BP, and they should not be practicing this because salt water might cause problem for them. Okay. Otherwise, if you're otherwise healthy and you normally just struggle to, cleanse your system, and it is a good idea to practice this once in a month. Don't practice it daily, okay, or once in a week if there's severe constipation. But once you think that it is regularized, not more than once in a month. This can be practiced as a preventive measure, because sometimes food particles, unnecessary waste, still stay back in our system and they cause a lot of problem without our knowledge. So can be used as a preventative measure as well, but not more than once in a month, because you are consuming a lot of salt water at one go. Okay. And next, I was planning to show Kapalbhati, which is absolute one of my favorites again. But then someone should not practice if they're pregnant, if they have got heart issues, heart related, high BP, they can do with very gentle stroke, but then depending on how severe it is. Okay. If it is in severe condition, and then recommendation is check with your GP, only then practice. But under general circumstances, if you have high BP, we recommend you can practice at your own risk. If you think it is suiting you, you can do it with very soft stroke, gentle stroke. Otherwise, there are other asanas or other poses that you can practice. But if you are otherwise okay, you are not pregnant, or you're not menstruating, or you don't have any kind of heart or high BP related issues, then this is something that is amazing, which can help you to give good massage to your abdominal organ. This is just, I call it as like scaled down version of Noli. Noli would be really twirling your abdominal muscle to give a very extensive amount of massage to your abdominal organ. And then Kapalbhati is just one scale down, where you are giving stroke, gentle stroke, but at the same time, the similar effect is happening. For which we hold different types of, hand gestures. So it's not just one hand gesture, but today I'll just demonstrate using one hand gesture, which is called Vayu Mudra. That means we are bringing the air element to come at the bottom of the fire element. Thumb represents the fire, and just hold it like this. Don't need to go in nitty-gritties of 5 elements now, but this is the simple way. Just hold it like this, leave it on your knees. Sitting posture, you could even do it from the chair, if not on the floor, if that is not comfortable for you. This breathing exercise focuses on active exhalation, but passive inhalation, which means the inhalation happens on its own. Okay, so if it makes it easier, first time you can do a breathe in before you start exhaling, and after that, when it gets that rhythm, you do not need to worry about the inhalation. Okay, so this starts like this. Because I'm used to, I don't need first inhalation and then start with exhalation. I can start with exhalation first. So you can see how much the abdominal massage, massage is happening, all the internal organs. And the more you practice on a regular basis, they are kind of in good condition. And what it helps with is it helps also to keep the thyroid and parathyroid glands healthy, because when your thyroid and parathyroid glands are healthy, it helps in secreting the good digestive juices all the time. So in that case, your system, it is one of, that's why Kapalbhati is one of the cleansing processes, one of the kriyas. A lot of people call it pranayam, even I call it pranayam, but it is also part of the kriyas. Okay. And the one last thing, as I said, Basti Dhauti, I'm not in a position to perform. It needs to be done in a center. But Trataka is something you can practice at your home. So you can keep a candle flame. Normally, even I recommend, if you are not having a candle or flame in front, you just keep one thumb and focus on one point on your thumb and just focus for 5 minutes. Okay. So for today, we can all focus for 1 minute if we can. It's like Arjuna focusing on the eye of the bird, which he was asked to, target at by Dronacharya. So when you keep your thumb out, you are seeing the whole of the thumb. And as you focus more, you are probably looking at just the nail. And then as you focus more and more, you are probably looking at one tiny point on top of your nail on your thumb. Okay. And you have to do that without blinking until your eyes start watering. And that's how Trataka is practiced, and it helps to improve the eyesight. And I think with that, I'm pretty much done unless there are more questions, which I'm happy to answer.
So that was actually fantastic to see some of the asanas that we can do alongside those kriyas in order to just be able to work on, really, it's the digestive fire then, isn't it? Because if we're having like loads of water and being able to flush out those toxins through those passages, I'm guessing it's just being able to clear out all the toxins throughout the body, to be able to free the system to then be able to move forward in that way. So is it that the exercises that we do, the asanas that we are doing, is complementary to those exercises? Yeah, fantastic. And so how long have you actually been working on the different asanas? Are there some that are more complicated? Are there some kriyas that are more complicated? And what's your general do's and don'ts?
Depending on the body, my mantra is like, you have to always know what your body is like now. And then based on that, you pick the asanas which suits you. And I even recommend scale down versions. Like if I'm doing Mandukasana was one of the good exercises to give good abdominal massage. They can do it, sit on a chair and do it. Then we can use different, blocks or pillows if you don't have blocks, to reduce the, difficulty. Sometimes people find it hard to bend or bend it backwards. So in that case, instead of, as you have seen, Bhujangasana, we were using the palms to come up. You can even use whole of your forearm. Just stay like that and then still do what you're trying to do. So different scale down versions, and make it doable for them. Instead of saying no, complete no. Of course, complete no conditions are there as well.
So it's really for them to be able to adapt it to what works for them, not pushing themselves beyond their limits, but to actually work within those limits, and to actually obviously get the guidance to be able to watch those YouTube videos, or to even better, to be actually trained by a professional in the field and to do it under their instruction, to be able to gain a better understanding before they go off and they try it on their own. But I think it's a fantastic practice nonetheless, because in yoga, sometimes when we actually get the blocked energy in the apana, it's really a waste of energy. And I think that's exactly what we're saying here, is when we actually get the constipation, it's creating that whole block. And so then it's affecting the energy, it's affecting the way that we move. So really, how can we create more of that energy? How do we ensure that we don't get to the blocked stage in the first place? And is there, or can we still do the Kriyas even if there is a blockage?
See, there are different mudras which we tend to practice in our sessions, which because I conduct sessions on a regular basis. So I recommend practicing the pranayam using different mudras, because mudras help us to channel back the energy which tend to escape out of our body. So basically you need to hold on, and we practice something called Bahya Pranayam, where whatever you practice, you kind of retain that energy so that it doesn't escape out of our body. So different mudras will really help to keep the energy level, up to the mark, what we need, so that it doesn't escape and doesn't let us run out of energy and create those blocks. And of course, we recommend you do some chanting, meditation, which kind of unblocks different energy channels. That is also quite important. These are the physical aspects I was focusing on. Of course, there will be, other different ways you should be actually practicing, different ways of prayers and then chanting hymns. Those actually create more vibration in your system and can help you to unblock some channels.
So are there specific mantras then that go along with specific Kriyas and to be able to create those energy fields?
Not really along with Kriyas, at least that I know of. There might be. So I will be humble enough to say that I'm not aware. But take, for example, Surya Namaskar. It has got a Bij mantra. It has got mantra to go with. As you chant the mantra, as you practice the different, poses, when the flow goes on, it really makes it more effective for the body.
That is fantastic. And I hear that you're also a really good singer and that you do quite a few singing performances for Healing Our Earth.
Yeah, I've done few before. Yeah, I really
We'd
like
love
singing.
to actually hear something.
Okay, so song. I would like to chant mantra instead of singing, if that's okay.
Yeah,
because
that's fine. Absolutely.
I'm really grateful to Maharishi Patanjali, who has really brought in yoga, and he has actually formalized yoga. So I've really fallen in love for all Patanjali Yoga Sutras. So I will pay tribute to him by praying mantra for him. Yogena chittasya padena vacham malam sharirasya cha vaidyakena yopakaruttam pravaram muninam patanjalim pranjali ranatoshmi.
Yay!
Thank you.
Fantastic. That's so nice to actually hear you as well. And fantastic to actually be able to invoke those yoga sutras in the correct way and to just hear a little bit more about that. So thank you so much for sharing your energy with us today to give us a little bit more of an understanding around Kriyas and around the asanas and how we can actually put the two together. That was really fantastic. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity today.
And before we actually go on to the next speaker, I'd just like everyone to take a deep breath. To relax the body, relax the mind, and aim to make your exhalations a little bit longer than your inhalations in your own time. Om Sarna Vavtu Sarno Punatu Sarviyam Karvavahe Tejasvinavaditamastu Ma Vidvishavahe. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So for our next speaker, we are actually going to be going over to Reitz, which is in Austria. This is a beautiful ashram that is above on a mountain hill overlooking the mountains and a beautiful scenic venue. And we will be joined by Swami Ramapriyananda, who is the director of the ashram, who does several practices. And it will be fascinating to actually learn a little bit more about health is wealth and peace of mind is happiness. So Swami Ramapriyananda has over 30 years of experience in practicing and teaching yoga and meditation. She shares the universal message of health and inner peace with grace and precision. Swami Ramapriyananda is a senior teacher in the International Shiva Yoga Teachers Trainer courses, and she directs the Shivananda Yoga Retreat House in Reitz near Kitzbühel, Tyrol, Austria. And I just know that you'll be in for a fascinating treat as we're actually learning more about the foundations of yoga and particular practices. So Om Namah Shivaya, Global Namaste to you, Swami Ramapriyananda ji.
Om Namah Shivaya, Riddhi.
Om Shri Guru Pyo Namaha. It's beautiful to actually have you on this platform at Healing Our Earth. And I look forward to actually hearing more about the basics of yoga and to allow you to actually share your knowledge with us. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Riddhi. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. It's a joy to be part of this event this Sunday. And so I was thinking what can we contribute. I'm representing the Shivananda Yoga Vedanta Centers today, a worldwide yoga organization. And so, you know, we carry the name of our master Swami Shivananda. And Swami Shivananda, maybe you've heard his name. He was living in Rishikesh in the Himalayas. He left his body in 1963, and he wrote many, many books. And I believe in his earlier years, he wrote a gist of yoga sadhana, the practice of sadhana. And he called it 20 important spiritual instructions. And they are written in it's just a leaflet kind, like a handout, maybe 1 page or 2 pages. But it's like a summary of the most important aspects of yoga. So I wanted to go through them, maybe not all 20, but most of them if we manage. And also, this is really a summary of what is important, kind of the essence of yoga. Because it's not so easy. Yoga is a vast science, and sometimes one doesn't know where to start really, because so many aspects and so many uncountable practices which you can do. So this is what he came up with. He said, when one practices these ones, one will have an unfailing key to quick success in yoga, or in what does yoga mean? It's one's own development. So how can one really develop into yoga? And the first instruction, and it's all written instructive really, which is and kind of do this, do that, do this, do that, which is very powerful also. I find it's like a tool in writing, which is not used much. Usually people write like an article or a novel, but just to give instructions, it needs a certain personality also. So Swami Shivananda had said master personality, and when he gives an instruction, it kind of goes very deep. So the first instruction, he says, out of these 20 is Brahma Muhurta. He called it Brahma Muhurta. And you might have heard that term. Brahma Muhurta means early morning from 4 to 6, meaning get up early, get up early. We are also not getting up at 4 o'clock in the ashram. I know many ashrams in India do that, but here in the West, we get up at 5:30, and our main time for meditation is 6, which is for many people also quite early. We know this from our guests. We have yoga guests here and people who train in yoga. So the idea is to get up earlier than usual, than what you would need to get up. So a bit earlier. And this is, he says, extremely favorable for sadhana. So the yogis like these, they call it the golden hours for yoga and for meditation, for sadhana. And that should be a habit. That should become a kind of a daily habit. That would be ideal. And one can try to fit most of one's sadhana into set time. Let's say you have 1 hour time, or which is already good, or even more or a bit less. It depends on the life circumstances. But in that time, one can try to fit everything you want to do. That can be some of the kriyas which we just heard beautifully presented, or of course the meditation, the pranayama and asanas also. That would be ideal. Of course, any other time to do practice is also good, but early morning is preferable. So he gives it a good emphasis. He says it gives quick and maximum progress. Then the second instruction he calls asana, but there's a whole group of practices under this title. He says sit. First of all, sit. Sit in Padmasana, in the lotus pose if you can, or in another posture with crossed legs, or in any, he says, or in any other comfortable posture. The yogis call it Shukasana. Just cross your legs. If that is not possible, sit on a chair, or can even lean against the wall, but sit. That is the idea, that we learn to sit quietly. That's maybe one of the core practices. And to sit, and of course not just to sit around, but then to do meditation and also japa, mantra repetition. Ideally, if you can face towards north or east, that would be even better. And then he says, after your meditation practice, do some asanas. Whatever time is available, you can do headstand if possible, or shoulder stand, plow, fish, forward bend, and cobra, and a twist, and a triangle. So the most important movements for your spine, try to do to maintain health. And of course, there is so many classes available. You can find innumerable classes now online, and books are available. So you should be able to, to find a system which suits you, but also regular. It's better to do less, like even 15 minutes or 20 minutes is fine. If you have a let's say a series of 5 or 6 asanas which you can fit into that time, better than off and on, or once a month only, but then like an extreme class or so, a very strong and challenging class. It's better to do a little less, but very regular. In asanas, what is important, if you want to choose the asanas, or if you want to find out a series of practices for yourself, which is good for your body, then always keep in mind that you have to do a forward bend one of the forward bends should be there for your spine, a backward bend, sidewards to both sides, twists to both sides, and if you can, an inverted pose like a shoulder stand or headstand, but of course headstand is more challenging. And that is an ideal group of asanas, and of course many variations. Not necessarily one has to change the asanas all the time. It's also good to have a certain, I mean, for many people at least, it's good to have a certain monotony in their practice, so the body gets used to it and can also go deeper and relax deeper in these asanas. And then over time, one can add on variations and try out different, things and so on, or more advanced postures. But to repeat a certain series is at least something we advise very strongly. And then Swami Shivananda recommends also, under his title of asanas, he mentions do some 20 rounds of gentle pranayama, like Anuloma Viloma or some Kapalabhati. He doesn't say do extreme Anuloma Viloma with the highest ratio possible, and so you get overwhelmed by it, but gentle pranayama should never bring you to your limits, because you're dealing with something very tender with your life energy. In Anuloma Viloma, especially the alternative nostril breathing, you're kind of you're trying to organize your astral body, really. You're really working with very subtle life energies, and therefore one should not push or be hard with oneself, but very regular, very steady, and use the counts also. You can count your breath, which is very unemotional. It's a very unemotional practice. It's very very clear and structured and symmetrically also, somehow elegant also. It's a very elegant practice. You count and hold and exhale and inhale. But after a few rounds, you feel the effect. It's very calming, but at the same time, it is energizing. So 20 rounds is not so little, really. We usually start with 8 rounds or 10 rounds, but Swami Shivananda, he mentions do 20 rounds, which might take 20 minutes. And we read about Swami Shivananda's life that he was a practitioner of pranayama also. He would do, obviously, this is what we read in his biographies, that he would practice 4 times a day. He would withdraw every few hours or so, and he would withdraw and do these pranayama exercises. And when I do not have much time, but I go on a walk, I do, even then I try, when I have to wait somewhere, I do some Anuloma Viloma. One can also, when one is very busy, one can just use any time where you have to wait somewhere, or you sit down somewhere and you just do a few rounds. That's also helpful for somebody who is very busy. So you don't need to wait for the kind of ideal moment, but use time whenever you find it, whenever it's coming. Then he also says, take light physical exercises as walking regularly. This sounds very, very clear and obvious, but do we really do that? I'm lucky we have little dogs, so I have to walk the dog. Otherwise, I have to confess, I probably would also not go every day on a walk. But try to find at least 20 minutes or so where you're outside. See, inside a room, you will never have the same quality of air than when you're outside, whatever you do. We need to go outside and be really in nature as much as possible. So that was one instruction really only. And I thought we can close our eyes, if you like, together, and let's take a resolve. Everybody can do on his or her own and take a resolve. Okay, I want to start either the pranayama or some more asanas, something which I want to start regularly. Okay, so you can open your eyes again. I'm sure everybody found something. There's always things we anyway have in mind and just needs one last resolve to start it. And a resolve is necessary. Without that, our desire to do things will be vague, and we need that inner kind of resolve. And by the way, resolves have to be repeated lifelong. It's not that you do it once and then it will last for the whole life. One has to repeat this. The next instruction Master gives is to do japa. And he's very open and broad-minded. He says, use any mantra which you know, one sacred syllable. It can be the pure Om, which everybody knows, even if we do not understand fully what it exactly means, but you have heard about it, the Om, the most universal sound in yoga. Just, do it, start it. It's better than to wait for when will I have full understanding of it. That might never come. It's better to start to practice it here and now. Or Om Namo Narayana, the peace mantra, or Om Namah Shivaya, or Shri Ram, or any mantra also from any religion. Really, there is always sounds or prayers or some sentences in which you like, in your own religion or in your own belief system, which you could use. And just to give a little bit more of an inspiration, I thought, because I have the harmonium here, our ashram harmonium, and we can chant the Om Namo Narayana mantra for a minute or so. You can close your eyes and repeat with me in your home. And here it's me and also Swami Narayanananda, which you cannot see, but he's also on the microphone. Om Namo Narayanaya. 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 Okay, so we picked this mantra because it is a mantra which we ourselves repeat every day, like that, exactly like this, a few minutes, 2-3 minutes. It's very soothing because it is a peace mantra. And maybe this is the mantra which is most important now and it's the present situation. And it's also soothing for yourself. Remember, when you recite a mantra, you can recite it aloud like we did. If you do not disturb anybody else, if you can, if you're room for yourself where you can chant, or you can whisper a mantra, or you can repeat it mentally, of course, which is the most common practice. You can also write the mantra. And that is a wonderful technique. This can be also your meditation, if you like. Why to do this? Because it will create an impression in the mind. Like everything which we entertain in our mind, it will create something, it will stay in the mind. Eventually, it will go into the subconscious mind also. And, we absorb many heavy informations also, which we also carry around with us, and it needs to be washed out again. So a mantra is very beneficial. It's, so to speak, healing, and it's the best impression you can give to your mind. So that can be or should be really the daily practice. If you cannot do other things, if you have absolutely no time, at least try to repeat mantras or this mantra. Then Swami Shivananda continues with the next instruction. He says, discipline in your diet. And you mentioned a number of things, not very specific. It reminds you of the Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna is talking about diet, but he also doesn't go into much detail. And this is really also typical for the yogis. They do not give you like a complete chart, what you exactly have to eat and what not. But they always like to keep it kind of a bit open, to give guidelines or outlines, general suggestions. And, when it comes to diet, then there's always something to give up or something you want to start. And usually you will know what you want to give up, because we know what's good for us and what not. We know it maybe since many years, but we are not able to really do it. So usually what one wants to give up is maybe eating. For me, it's, for example, eating too fast. I want to stop that. Or eating too much can be, problem. You want to change it. Or too much sugar, or too much oil, or some chunk, or something which one is attached to and is eating also, one knows it's really not so good for my stomach and so on. So the general suggestion is have sattvic food, pure food, as much as you can, as much as possible for you, for your willpower also. And give up very strong substances, too much spices. It's, of course, yogis also use spices, but if it's overspiced in a way that it's unbalanced or overheated or deep fried and so on, it's all okay once in a while, but not on a daily basis. It should be, for yoga practitioner at least, it should be a mild and simple diet which you can easily digest and also absorb, which does not lie heavy in your body, because this is not what you want when you do hatha yoga or meditation. So Swami Shivananda gives it a little special twist. He says, give up. He mentions what to not eat, not too much sugar, not too much salt, and so on. And then he says, give up those things which the mind likes best, but for a fortnight or twice in a year. So he makes it easier. He says, don't, take a resolve which you cannot fulfill and which will disappoint yourself, but take a resolve which is manageable. I will not eat sugar for the next 3 days, for example, something you can achieve really, and then there will be a satisfaction and a feeling, okay, it's great, I did it. Or at least once in a year or twice in a year to have kind of a week maybe of a moderate diet and you feel better, or a bit of a fast. But he says that which the mind likes most. So he uses a little needle on us, and because it's interesting to find out what is really my biggest attachment, and am I able to leave it away, and what is it doing for me? Do I get upset or irritable then? Get I a bit angry also? Because usually when you leave away something where one is really attached to, one will have a psychological reaction. And that is interesting, kind of, for a yogi. It's a very interesting situation. What does it do with me? And then one can work on oneself also. So diet, well, of course, diet is, the health reason is important, and in the foreground, but you can also use it in a psychological way for self-analysis. Well, the main term which is used in yoga is, it's called mitahara. Mitahara means moderation. That is the suggestion. Be moderate in whatever you eat. Yeah. So now his next instruction is meditation. Very short instruction, very straightforward. He does not go into details really of meditation here, but he says have a separate meditation room for yourself. Or if that is not possible, if there is not enough space available, then at least try to screen off a corner of your room, maybe have a curtain there, and so you can be undisturbed when you want to meditate. It's a simple instruction. Yeah. He doesn't say you have to exactly do this style of meditation, or you have to follow that philosophy, because he knows there's so many styles and philosophies. But for him, he was known, Swami Shivananda was known as a master who emphasized the practice. He says the practice is more important than to insist on a specific technique or so. Yeah. So that have been already a lot, which I told you. By that time, you might think, oh my God, how can I all do it? Getting up so early, and the diet, and then the asanas, and the pranayama, and walking. That is happening in yoga. You get so many nice, inspiring instructions, and after a short while, one is a bit overwhelmed. Oh my God, how can I all do that? So there's one nice song by Swami Shivananda, which he was obviously singing many times in the ashram when they had satsang, in a satsang situation, kind of meditation, the inmates of the ashram being together, maybe some guests visiting the ashram in Rishikesh. And then Swami Shivananda would sing, the kirtans of that region, different, kirtans for Shiva and Krishna and Devi and Jaya Ganesha. But then sometimes, rather spontaneously, he would sing in English and give some of the yogic teachings, or also of Yoga Vedanta or Raja Yoga methodology in form of chants. And it's very charming. It was very charming. And this specific one is called the Song of a Little, because he knew he was, as a yoga master, he was a good psychologist also. I guess he had a good understanding of, the nature of our mind and how quickly, the mind resists and says, this is too much, I cannot do it. And he says, then at least to a little, a little of this, a little of that. And it has a simple tune. It has a tune of the Hare Rama mantra. We will then also sing it for you. And I wanted to read it out first so you can follow better. Because once one is singing, you might not understand so well. So he says, be up and doing yogic sadhana. Give yourself that push, give yourself that energy, be up and doing yogic sadhana. You will attain immortality. Of course, immortality in yoga does not mean that you become physically immortal, but it points towards yoga philosophy, which tells, our soul, our Atman is immortal, and how to gain it through sadhana. So be up and do yogic sadhana. Be up and doing japa and meditation. You will attain supreme peace. Be up and doing asanas and pranayama. You will attain supreme health. And now it comes. Eat a little, drink a little, talk a little, sleep a little, do asanas a little, pranayama a little, do japa a little, meditate a little. Again, meditate a little, have satsang a little, means being together with others and sharing the sadhana. Read a little, reflect a little, and then that is the song. And this is what we wanted to share with you. You can either listen, enjoy, hopefully you enjoy it, or you can sing also along. And it starts with the mantra. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Be up and doing yogic sadhana. You will attain immortality. Be up and doing yogic sadhana. You will attain immortality. Be up and doing japa meditation. You will attain supreme peace. Be up and doing japa meditation. You will attain supreme peace. Be up and doing asanas pranayam. You will attain supreme health. Be up and doing asana pranayam. You will attain supreme health. Eat a little, drink a little, talk a little, sleep a little, do Tu asana little, pranayama little, tu japa little, meditate a little, eat a little, drink a little, talk a little, sleep a little, do asanas little, pranayama little, do japa little, meditate a little, have satsang little, read a little, reflect a little, meditate a little, have satsang little, read a little, reflect a little. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Okay, so that was the song of little, just to comfort you a little. So you don't think everything has to be at once and I will never reach the goal of yoga or so. But and then, once Swami Shivananda was asked, why did you sing that song? Only a little, is it not better to do a lot of asanas, a lot of meditation? And he said, yes, of course, it's good. That's the idea, to do a lot. But I know if I say, do a lot of it, people will not, they will not even start. And because he knew he was somebody who wanted to support everybody. He was very supportive. So he came up with that small little song. Few more instructions. He says svadhyaya, study. Svadhyaya means a study of, in fact, it means a study of yourself, or every subject, every scripture, or every book which is talking about the true self, who we really are. Means mainly the Indian scriptures, really. And that should be also part of sadhana, done in a systematic way. So he says, study systematically the Gita, Ramayana, Bhagavatam. He mentions several others, Upanishads or Zend Avesta, Quran, Granth Sahib, or other religious books from half an hour to 1 hour daily, and have pure thoughts. What better company could you have than to dive into one of these books, and regular, put them next to your bed, and before falling asleep, one can study, or you really take time to study as regular as possible. It's as important than any other practice also. So that is called svadhyaya. Then next is elevate the mind. Make sure that you do something which elevates the mind. From the experience in an ashram, when you have many people coming and going and visiting, and usually people share their problems with you, and I would say the question which always comes up is, how can I keep my mind positive? How can I keep my mind positive? It's the main question. Positive when around me it's so tense and so stressed, or negativity is there. So it's good to elevate the mind before already, to keep the mind anyway in an elevated state, as much as you can, of course. And we are talking always about an ideal situation. So this is Swami Shivananda's suggestion. He says, get by heart, means learn by heart, some prayer shlokas, some prayer, pray, pray, that quickly, makes the mind positive. Usually one expects some communication skills or special advice, how to, keep positive, something complex and complicated. This is also there, of course. There is wonderful techniques around by psychology, and it's all worthwhile to learn and to study. But for a quick upliftment, a quick elevation of the mind, the best is to pray, to have some shlokas, some mantras like Gachananam or any other hymn which you repeat quickly. And that will be the fastest possible technique. So keep the mind elevated. Next instruction is do charity. Do charity regularly. There is so many possibilities to do charity, and it should be, it should be done also. It's very good for our inner well-being. It is very soothing, if we can help. There's a need usually in people to, to donate something, to give or to help in one way or the other. And Swami Shivananda goes one step further. He says, if necessary, forego some personal wants, but keep up this charity regularly. It means even if one has little oneself, still try to share. Next is have satsang. There is this expression in which the older masters like Swami Shivananda used to say, give up bad company. And I know from here, the young people, they find it very weird, bad company, what does that mean? But one has to see with whom one is together. One does not always have a choice, the people who are, for example, in a workplace or so, one has no choice, but otherwise one also has to see that, one surrounds oneself with, people who are supportive. And he mentions it in one go: give up bad company, smoking, meat, and alcohol entirely. So very straightforward, clear. This, of course, are things which, the yogis would not like, and because they are very harmful. They belong to that category which is more harmful for our beings than others. And then have constant satsang with, or association with, holy people. Constant doesn't mean 24 hours. It's probably not possible, but regularly try to find a satsang situation, or read, also reading a book of a saint or an autobiography is regarded as a satsang. Or you can join something like this is really also a satsang, that what this, the organization which organized this event, Heal Our Earth, is doing. This is really satsang, very positive ideas, and you join in, and you give, you get inspiration for your life. And luckily with all the internet, there is so much availability. You can listen directly to the greatest masters, so this is wonderful. And also he says, do not develop any evil habit. Deliberately exert to develop positive virtuous qualities. One can pick a positive quality and try to develop it by thinking about it, by trying to apply it. This is something I find is not so much done in the West. We have that great system of Western psychology, but it's not so much emphasis on actually developing a positive quality. And again, please, I ask you you can close your eyes and I just give you a list of words and you will feel, you will know what to do because you can relate to it. And I will have after each word, after each positive quality, I will stop, pause for a moment so you can kind of absorb it. And then I will tell you the next one. So we have a quick kind of, a quick application of positive qualities. It's a simple technique. Serenity. Regularity. Equanimity. Non-irritability. Adaptability. Humility. Nobility. Magnanimity. Generosity. Okay, Om Namah Shivaya, you can open your eyes. So in that way you can write one of these qualities if you like them. You can choose one or any other, it is just a choice by Swami Shivananda. Write it on a paper, have it by your computer or in your kitchen so your eyes see it sometimes. Or you can also repeat it like in meditation, you say Om Serenity, Om Serenity. And also internally feel it, have that inner, like the awareness of it. Try to feel it and bring it up in yourself while you think about it. That way you can develop it. And then in the right moment, then it will also return. It will, because you put again an impression into your mind. And as more often you do it, as more chance you have that it will come up and come back to you in due time. So maybe one or two last instructions, and then maybe there will be some questions also. So Master says fast, fast once in a while. Of course, India has a great tradition of fasting. The Ekadashi fasts are there twice a month. The dates you can check in the internet. Or, what we do, some of us, they fast on Mondays. This is a Shiva fast, or any day, really. Some dates are more beneficial than others, or once in a month. Regular is better, or if not possible, then irregular. But fasting is also definitely a part of the yogic tradition. Very strong so. And more he doesn't really say, just fast. He gives that instruction. And the rest, of course, you can inform yourself about the health, issues, why it is good, why it is so healthy to fast. But I think it's known. So it's more a matter of doing it. So fast. Then have a japa mala. And I'm sure some or all of you have a japa mala. If you have, then use it again. Use it more often. Or if you do not have, then get it, from the internet or from somewhere, a japa mala, or in Christianity, we would call it a rosary. You can wear it around your neck, Swami Shivananda says. And then, of course, whenever it's time, one can take it and roll the beat and the beats and repeat the mantras with it. So Chapamala. And then one last, observe Mauna. I don't know whether you have heard about that. Mauna means silence, not to talk. Not to talk. Or talk, well, Mauna really means not to talk, be silent, completely silent. But even, you know, talking less sometimes is good. Being kind of silent or a bit withdrawn once in a while for an hour or half an hour, or especially also after you had to talk a lot, you know, or you did talk a lot, chatting maybe with somebody, then, you know, have also a time where you withdraw yourself and where you talk with full awareness, very little or less, or not at all. So that is also a yogic practice. Usually, you know, the yogis, they do not talk so much also. Yeah. Okay, so it says more instructions. If you like, if you're interested, I can send it to Riddhi like a PDF, and it can be put in Facebook by tomorrow. So if you like to download, or otherwise it is also available on the web page of the ashram of Swami Shivananda. It's called the Divine Life Society in Rishikesh. You just look for 20 important spiritual instructions and they will come up, so you have them all together. But now maybe there, I don't know whether there are questions, whether we have time now. Riddhi, what do you think?
We do have time. I want to say thank you so much for actually sharing such an intellectual deep dive into yoga and meditation. A lot of the principles have come from Swami Sivananda himself, and it's just fantastic to be able to reflect on those. We've actually got a lot of questions coming in, so I'm not sure how much time we actually have there in rights. But I'd like to actually start by asking a couple of them. And the first question is actually, how did you get into yoga and meditation? What inspired you, Swamiji?
Me personally?
Yeah.
Oh, good question. Well, very simple, really, nothing spectacular. Well, somehow it must have been there when I was a child already. By chance, my mother, she had bought a yoga book, one of these very early yoga books, very simple. And because she didn't know what else to buy, she was part of one of these book circles where you had to order a book every 3 months, and she didn't know exactly what. So she ordered a yoga book. It was very exotic for us, for our family. We are not no Indian background, so for us yoga was completely exotic. And then I had this book, and I was totally fascinated by it. I must have been maybe 9 or 10 years old, and I remember doing all these asanas. I knew them by heart, and I would fall asleep in forward bend and so. And then, of course, I couldn't keep up because I had no yoga classes. There were no yoga teachers in my city. And then later on, when I moved to Munich, I soon found the Shivananda Yoga Center, and then I stayed since there. Yeah.
Absolutely fascinating. So given the current times where we've been through the pandemic, we've been through Corona, lives have changed in so many ways. What are 3 top tips that you have for our viewers?
Again, can you repeat it?
So what are 3 top tips that you have in yoga meditation during the time of Corona, where now we're just actually coming out of the pandemic? How would you actually think that people should be adapting perhaps their routines, perhaps a yoga meditation lifestyle? What would you recommend?
I mean, I think lifestyle is the same. The yogic lifestyle did not change. It's really absolutely the same. Not much. Just one has to be careful not to go too much into fears. This is what one hears, that people get very affected by fear or burned out or very tired. So one has to be maybe more gentle with one's practice, or for yoga teachers, when you teach it, one has to, this is also what we feel, that people are a little bit more kind of insecure and a little weaker. There's a little bit more weakness there around. So more gentle, very gentle and understanding. Yeah. But otherwise, as such, the diet and the asanas, I would say there's not much change really. Yeah.
And how can people work on those weaknesses, those insecurities?
Well, not to react impulsive, not to become impulsive, and not to get affected by other people's emotions. You know what I mean? One gets, because it's like a virus also in itself, it spreads. Yeah, you read about something and it affects you already, about insecurity. Maybe I also have it. And so one has to stay strong inside and tell yourself I'm unaffected by it mentally, psychologically, I'm unaffected by it. I stay strong. I am not, I'm not reacting now emotionally or so. Yeah, whatever comes up, this is the yogic attitude. I will, endure, and I will show endurance, whatever comes. There might be even worse things coming, but I'm enduring.
So then, is it about creating a distance between oneself and the external event?
When doing that, I don't think so, because it's not the opposite of lovingness or having friends or so. It's just more like an inner attitude, an inner attitude of positivity also, and keeping up your strength. Stay centered in yourself. Try, in simple words, stay focused. You know what I mean? Stay focused and don't, go with every, with every information, but keep your focus on your inner strengths also, and radiate it also if possible. Pass it on to others. Yeah.
So it's about empowering others through that way of being. It's like being a beacon of light for other people.
Definitely, yeah. We should support each other by being strong. Yeah, that's the idea of yoga. That is what I think Swami Vivekananda said. Yoga is about strengths, and strengths. That was his words. And it's true.
Strength in so many ways.
Yeah,
so
strengths, and strengths. It was
internally, externally, all around you.
Yes, yeah. You have to, that's the way.
Yeah. Another question that's come in: how would you explain prana?
Karma?
Prana.
Prana is, well, first of all, the simplest explanation is life energy, but it has, it includes different levels. First of all, prana means universal life energy, the sum total of energy, which is alive. Like every being has prana, not only us human beings, but an animal or plants, the air, the elements, they all have prana, So that is one definition. But then in us, there is also prana, means on an individual level. And there is an exchange between the outer, the universal prana, and your own prana. And the yogi tries to use it effectively, not to waste it, and also channel it. Yeah, that's a science of pranayama, which is a unique science, I think. It's extraordinarily how far the yogis went with controlling their prana. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. So does that mean like prana if you're looking at the prana within yourself and you're also looking at the prana within the environment, within nature, is it about you then being one with nature?
One with nature. Well, we are, I don't know whether you can say we are one with nature. We are nature. Yeah, we are nature because we are built with the same components, the 5 elements. But obviously our bodies are different. We are different from a plant. We are different from an animal or so. So on the level of prana, well, I would not say that we are one or so. There is differences, and let it be like that. When the yogis talk about unity or oneness, they mean something different. They mean the highest level of absolute, universal consciousness. That on that level there is total unity. Yeah.
We've just had a hand raised from one of our participants.
Yes.
Let's welcome. Please ask your question.
Thank you. Global Namaste on this happy International Day.
Thank you.
We really have felt elated and raised to a higher level. I think it's a journey, isn't it? I've found, and I like what you said. It was very calmly portrayed and very soothing to hear, and made a lot of sense because you spoke so at a wonderful pace that we could absorb and digest what you're saying. So thank you very much. But I was thinking about the universal energies of the solar system, the sun, the moon, and the planets. How awesome all that is, giving us life on this earth. What are the thoughts behind that? Because I think that's just sort of, I'm getting used to that thought and idea that we've all got to be connected, and maybe
Yes.
they're not so connected. That's why there's so much turmoil and.
Yeah. No, it is true. It is awesome. It's absolutely fascinating. What could be more impressive than look into the stars, that vastness of the universe. It makes you very, very humble, and every knowledge one can get is wonderful. And also to take care of what has been given to us, that world, that planet, and not destroy it and so on. And so there's many things to do on that level. Definitely. Yeah, I totally agree with you. But still, there is that one, twist in yoga, that one extra level that of very subtle, very, very subtle, but what they call the awareness, the existence itself. Which has 2 parts. There's existence itself and then manifested existence, or what they call Purusha and Prakriti, or Brahman and Maya. So that is also part of yoga philosophy, and the yogis tries to somehow, understands it intuitively, that different levels. Yeah.
It's just fascinating when you can think about it and meditate on it, how awesome, and it's just breathtaking.
It is, Lata, and one can do both. That is the beauty in yoga. You can meditate and kind of praise also the the world, the matter, in form of nature, or in form of the universe, or in form of a plant or of a being or so, using that as your meditation topic. Or you can meditate on the abstract, more abstract meditation, what they call nirguna meditation, on Om or on Atman directly. So that is luckily all possible in yoga. The yogis were smart, they were wise, and they gave the different
Yeah.
options. Yeah.
It's amazing how back in the time, you know, and now it's all opening up again.
Yeah.
Consciousness is and awareness is being opening up, and more people are connecting, and that is thanks to all your endeavors and your efforts, and we're very appreciative. Yeah.
So
lots of questions, but I think I need to say
that's good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah.
And Swamiji, we have a question. Somebody that's actually sitting on the fence about wanting to get involved further in yoga, how can we do so?
Thank you for giving me that chance. So if you like to connect to us, it's a possibility, really, or Neil, they were friendly enough to show also, I think, a bit of our web page. So if you want to, you just go on our web page, you can see what we do. We have online classes. If you're further away, you can take online classes. So also we have satsangs where we discuss different spiritual topics like that, and or different courses. And of course, also here one can do yoga vacation. It's really a beautiful scenery, I must say. We are in the middle of the Tyrolean mountains, quite nice. And or yoga trainings, yoga teachers trainings courses. This is what we do. And if you're interested, you're welcome to check out the webpage. Thank you.
And is this the yoga vacation itself that we're seeing on screen at the moment?
Yes. Thanks. It's very nice. Yeah, this is our page. I recognize.
Fantastic.
Good. Yeah. What we do in yoga vacation, and when any time you come, is always a complete and holistic lifestyle of yoga. You will have that meditation and asanas and pranayama and proper diet, vegetarian food. So we make sure that it's all quite, traditional, and it should reflect the yoga teachings. Mm.
And what would you say to somebody that's sitting on the fence, is a little bit...
Are you ready for a relaxing summer yoga vacation in Tyrol, Austria? For over 20 years, guests from all parts of the world come to the Shivananda Yoga Retreat House to rejuvenate body and mind. We teach a precise and practical yoga system based on the teachings of Swami Shivananda. The asana classes can be gentle and relaxing, dynamic and energizing, meditative and contemplative, instructive and informative, lively and creative. Breathing exercises stimulate new energy reserves. Experience the transformation of your respiratory habits, slower, more regular, more balanced. Deep relaxation happens on 3 levels: physical, mental, and spiritual. Chanting mantras with others is uplifting and unifying. It creates a natural transition to meditation. Meditation relieves tension. It develops new positive thought patterns, cheerfulness, and mental strength.
Heute geht es Gesundheit als positiven Zustand.
Lectures and workshops provide suggestions for yoga in daily life. Also, as a newcomer or beginner, you are very welcome to join the yoga vacations. You will be staying in the Bio Hotel of the Pointner family, right next to the Yoga Retreat House. Vegetarian, organic, and non-smoking. 2 complete vegetarian meals are served every day. All dishes are prepared with fresh and organic ingredients with a conscious use of pure oils. During the walks and hiking excursions, you can meet interesting and like-minded people. The Kitzbühel Alps offer a unique nature experience in all seasons. In the well-stocked boutique, you will find selected books, music, and yoga equipment. In case of wet or cold weather, we will practice in the spacious yoga hall with professional air purification. Even with Corona physical distancing, a summer vacation at the Shivananda Yoga Retreat House can unite you with new health, positivity, and peace of mind.
Thank you, Riddhi, for showing this. I didn't expect it. You know, I
So
must
beautiful. It brings back so many memories.
Yeah.
Beautiful location as well. There's something for everyone on offer. It's so amazing.
Yeah, it's nice. It's
We
beautiful.
have a few comments that are actually coming in the chat. I'll just read them out for our viewers. So Rita Joshi says, Swami Rampriyananda, what a wonderful session and absolutely divine place in Austria. Your chanting was very blissful. I also like to be in the nature as I live in the...
Thank you. Yes, please come.
As I live in the countryside. Early in the morning, I go during Brahma Marut. Sometimes it's nobody there in the area of outstanding beauty in Surrey Hills, only birds chirping and insects singing. Absolutely.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, you hear me there?
Mita is there. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate. Very nice. So
it's so beautiful to listen to you. I've been listening right from the beginning, and your chanting as well. And then when you showed the place over there, Riddhi, it was amazing to see, the location. The whole world is coming to a new realization of consciousness, isn't it? The planet is becoming more and more conscious, and we are getting conscious about everything today. In Excel, Sadhguru Jaggi is going to speak on Save the Soil. So, we are, if we consider ourselves part and parcel of nature, we won't be able to survive without food. The natural, how you mentioned about sattvic food. It's so important for a yogic to have sattvic food and not have any tamasic or, rajasic food. So it's so important to have organic food. It's so important to have food freshly cooked. And if you don't help the farmers and people who are growing it, then it's going to be not possible. It will be like what sort of refined food we might be eating. And that's not going to help our consciousness, because everything which we eat, we become. So it's lovely. Do you have over there any, I'm sure you'll be having natural farms nearby.
Yeah. Well, we are lucky because our guests are accommodated in an organic hotel. Everything is 100% organic. The food they serve, they're very, they do that already since 30 years. They were kind of pioneers on that field. And yes, in Tyrol, there is also a lot of organic farming, but of course not everybody, but it's quite common. It's not so much industry here, but of course the whole world needs to be saved. Yeah, very right. Thank you.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I mean, what would you like to say about our how meditation and pranayam helps reach our antakaran, or our connection with the divine consciousness, universal consciousness? How I know it does help, meditation and pranayama more than the hatha yoga part. But what would you like to say about it? Would be nice to hear about your wisdom.
Well, I would say step by step. The yoga is not a fast, it's not a very fast process. Step by step, it's more the regularity of practice, a slow unfolding of the understanding of your different levels. Look, even when you do hatha yoga, the asanas, it takes a while to become more, to develop the body consciousness, to be even more aware of your body, and then the pranayama, you become more aware of the life energy, and in meditation you become more aware of your own thoughts, and all that contributes. The yogis would never really split it in different sections, so everything contributes to an inner growth, to understand, have insights, but bits and pieces really, and then slowly it comes together, of more, you become more soft, softer approach towards others, more understanding, and also, of course, that we are not that. That's also an important part in yoga. You try to take fully care of yourself, your body, and the earth as much as we can. On the other hand, we should not identify with that matter also. It's like a very specific understanding in yoga, and very true. But step by step, really. Yeah.
And as you rightly said, it's everything is fluidly connected.
Yeah,
and
it is.
The more we are connected, the more our body will be connected with our soul as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
It needs a lot of analysis also. See, it depends on which path you're going. You have the 4 paths in yoga, and a karma yogi will have a different definition of the problem and of the solution than in bhakti yoga. And in Raja Yoga, there's different approaches. They're not entirely different, but there is differences. So it also depends on what path you choose, whether you have that loving devotion of Bhakti Yoga, which is beautiful, or whether you have that analytical understanding and removing the ignorance of Jnana Yoga. And so all is there really for every personality and every character. Yeah.
Yeah, and one can have a combination of everything. We might be more inclined according to our own constitution. Yeah. That's one of the parts of yoga.
Yeah. That's also true. This is also something we try to teach, at least like a combination. This is already Swami Shivananda, he taught that, he called it yoga of synthesis. He said it's good to have all of them, all 4 paths in your practice. Yeah.
And the most important is the routine of having the right food, right, pranayama at the right time, sleeping at the right time, waking up, because that is what is modern day demands are putting a lot of pressure, which human mind is not capable of. On the, that's how we have the stress in life, because we are not designed to handle so much of stress.
Yeah, it's true. We become a bit irregular sometimes. Like, regularity is always good. Yeah, it's true.
Thank you.
And that's where we can really start to get the prana from the food, from eating the organic food, from having 3 meals a day. And then if we are fasting, we're fasting in the right way at the right times. Like how you actually mentioned, Swamiji, during the talk, how Mondays are actually somvars. They are a fasting period for Shiva. And it's just about how we then actually manage to conduct that. So yes, we've got the right diet, but then we've also got the times of fasting, and we can combine the 2.
Yeah, it's right. Yeah.
Are there any tips around that you have?
About what again?
That fasting.
About fasting. Yes, we have. We recommend, first of all, the best yogic fast is 1 day fast in a week, or in a fortnight. and you can have, I mean, the strictest fast, of course, is just with water, but that's very strict. Or what we do since, decades, we have a carrot fast. We will choose a fresh carrot juice because it's a very purifying juice. And it's not so sweet. It doesn't have the sugar of an apple juice or so. And that's known. Carrot juice is very good for fasting. So we will press, with our own juicer, fresh juice, and have 1 or 2 glasses of it. And otherwise, herb teas during that day, and water, good water. The night before, one should not eat something heavy to prepare oneself. Then you have 1 day fast, and the next day also one should eat lightly only. And that's a very safe and good and easy to do fast, relatively easy. So that's recommended. Yeah.
And is it actually a good idea to fast? Because some people might say that they don't get the nutrients that they require then. But what's your view on that?
Oh, no. It's always good to, unless one is like very, very vata, somebody has a very strong vata condition, and they should not fast. They should maybe skip a meal once in a while. But for most of us, it's good to fast regularly, especially when you do something like meditation and yoga. It really helps to have clarity of mind and to kind of brings them, have some pratyahara, withdraws the senses a bit in that day. One can use it as a yogic technique also. For meditation, you can use the time also to do more sadhana in that day, because if you don't cook and have to do the dishes and cut and so on, then you have some extra time, and that is also beneficial. Yeah. So
and is that also a way that people can make their senses stronger? So then when they're actually going through their daily lives, they've actually got a stronger sense of being.
Yeah, one can do, should not be done when it's very, very stressful, but maybe on the weekend, when one is more relaxed and has more time, then it's a good time to fast.
Fantastic. And I think on the TTC, you actually help people with that as well, because it's very organic, it's very nutritious food, and they're eating balanced meals, they're getting all of that nutrition, and then they've also got the fast, because then they've also got like the carrot juice with fast, which is very good for detoxifying the system and getting the nutrients for the hair and the face and having that younger looking, fresh look.
Yes, I mean, when we do the teachers trainings courses, well, we do not, they can fast if they like, but we would not recommend to do a longer fast during a training, because it's kind of strenuous also to be in a very, very intense program. But a 1 day fast is never really a problem. Almost everybody can do it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. And how can they actually get more involved? How can they do the TTC? How can they reach out?
Who can do the TTC, you mean? Or how to?
So for yogis that are actually sitting at home, they're viewing the program, they'd like more information, how can they reach out to you?
Well, they can visit the website, or we will have somebody who is really interested in doing a teacher's trainings course, which is a 4-week intensive training. We will have a kind of an interview. We'll talk like 20 minutes, explain everything about the intensity and about the daily schedule. So it's done very on a very individual level, really. So everybody can ask questions, and we also have sessions once a week on Tuesday evening, where people meet also on Zoom online, and they can ask their questions about the training, and we will reply and explain. See what this training makes so special. It's a unique experience, really, of 4 weeks where you learn completely the yogic lifestyle, but not only in theory, but also in practice. There is every day is asanas and pranayama and lectures on the Bhagavad Gita and on the 4 paths of yoga and all yoga philosophy, little anatomy also, on meditation, on karma, like all the important concepts of yoga are explained, and all set together kind of is necessary to be a teacher. You know, you need to have that experience, how it feels in you when you do an intense practice or a regular practice. And I think this is the speciality in our training. It's very alive and very, very authentic. It's like really living in an ashram and in doing it in a very traditional way. Yeah.
Absolutely. We've also got the yoga Easter retreat that's come up on the page right now.
Yeah. That's our next big event. Well, big, I mean, how many people fit here? 60 or 70 maximum or so, but it's lots of classes and lectures and satsangs and so on. So it's a colorful program.
And it reminds me there of the Himalayas as well.
Yes, during the pandemic, we couldn't go to India, but for many, many years, we organize also teachers training courses in Rudraprayag in the Himalayas, where we do these trainings also usually in March and in fall. And so during the pandemic, of course, like everybody knows, one couldn't travel. But now we try to go again in fall, in October, November, and go up again. There's a beautiful resort in Rudraprayag outside of the city where we can stay. And we transform it, it's kind of a hotel or resort, and we transform it into an ashram during these 4 weeks. And it's very beautiful, of course.
And for many, it's their first introduction into spirituality as well. So it's a really nice way to see a bit of everything that's on offer. And it's for them to then be able to combine the different paths together, because the different paths of karma, yoga, Raja Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Gnana Yoga, at some point they all overcross. And it's for the individual then to be able to find the path that works best for them.
Yes.
And there is no right or wrong path. It's all interrelated.
Yes, yeah. For many, it's really new. It's very interesting how transformative yoga can be. It's unique. I think nothing else can be so transformative in such a short time. It's like people get so inspired to continue it. Thank you.
Absolutely. So long afterwards as well. I think it was 2020 when I did my TTC, and I'm still very much into yoga even now. So it just becomes a way of life after that as well. It's something that they can then take forward into their day-to-day lives and be able to play with. It becomes a part of them.
Yeah. See, for me also, because of the TTC, I became staff and made it my life. My life mission became. After TTC, it was so clear. This is what I want to do my whole life. It was completely clear.
So much more organized.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Sanji, thank you so much for your time today. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking to you. I'm sure we've answered a lot of the questions that came in. I'm sure we've actually inspired so many people now on the path of yoga as well. And it wouldn't have been possible without your blessings here today, and to actually help us to understand a little bit more, to go a little bit deeper, and to actually see things from a different perspective. So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Riddhi, and thank you to everybody for your kindness. And it was very nice to be with you. And thank you. It was an honor to be on that platform. Thank you.
Om Namah Shivaya.
Om Namah Shivaya.
And that brings us nicely to a little break. I would actually invite everyone at this stage to just stand up because we've been sitting now for hours. So stand up, stand up, stand up. And wherever you are in your own place, and what I'd like you to do, what I'd actually invite you to do, is just to walk on the outside of your feet. And then to turn it over and to walk on the inside of your feet. Walk on the heels. Walk on the toes. And what this really does is it just wakes up the system. It enables the pressure points in your feet to be activated, and it just starts to increase, rather decrease the amount of tension that you're feeling. So if you step out to the side and just bend towards the right, and then go the other way, and then towards the left, and then wake up the system, going 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Final one is your head.
Riddhi, if you can hear me, can you push the camera up so we can see the full body, please? We are not seeing your torso or your face, so that we can see the expressions and what you want to show us. Okay, that's better. Go ahead, over. You need to unmute yourself, please. If you come back and unmute yourself. All clear, go ahead.
Technical delays. And so the way that we would actually do this is just to start to wake up the energy flow in the body, to start to oxygenate the body, to start to actually just get us to wake the body up, because we've just been sitting for quite a while. So it's actually a really nice way in which to start to oxygenate the body. So all we do is we bend over and we start with the left leg. And we go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just tap it. Right leg. 4, 3, 2, 1. Side. 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Back of the neck. Side of the head. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Yay! Okay, take a seat. And just focus now with your eyes closed, just finding a comfortable position for yourself for the next segment of the program. And the next segment of the program, we're really going to be looking at breathing, right? So it's one of the things that a lot of us, we tend to take for granted. So today we're just going to have a look at how does the system actually work when it comes to stress. A lot of us, we have existing pressures, we have demands, we have so many things that we've got to get through on a day-to-day basis. And by actually being in a stress state, what we tend to do is we tend to block out the prefrontal cortex. The prefrontal cortex is what's responsible for helping us to make decisions. It's what's responsible for helping us to be a lot more creative. And it helps us in order to start to problem solve. Specifically, what happens is it starts to cause tension within our breathing system, which affects our nervous system. It means that we're holding tension in our body, and we need a way to be able to free that up. So before we go any further, I'd like to invite you to close your eyes and just take a few normal breaths. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale, and continue to do so in your own time. As you inhale, focus on the stomach, then the chest, then the upper chest. As you exhale, exhale from the stomach first, then your chest, then your upper chest. And notice which one is longer. Is your inhalation longer than your exhalation? Is your exhalation longer than your inhalation? Or are they balanced? Are they the equal length? If you place your index finger just beneath your nostrils and taking a deep breath and exhale, you'll be able to tell which one is dominant. Is it the left nostril that's dominant? Or is it the right nostril that is dominant? What I then invite you to do is to make this mudra where you curl in the index finger and the middle finger towards the palm of the hand. You open up the thumb. The pinky can just let float in the air, and you're using the thumb and the ring finger to open and close the nostrils. So go ahead. So you take in a deep breath and you exhale. And as you do that, just notice how you're feeling. And what we'll tend to find is that when we're in a state of stress, the right nostril is dominant. It's the right nostril that causes the blockages. It's the left nostril that is open. And when it's open, it enables us to go a little bit deeper into a parasympathetic state. Now, that's not to say that there's a massive shift between the stress state being on and the stress state being off, because realistically, there's no switch. It's just that there's going to be a scale. There's a scale of things. And of course, stress is actually something that can be really useful at times. If used correctly, it can really help us to overcome, to think deeper, to go a little bit deeper with ourselves. And so it's just about being able to work out where that right balance is at any given time, of where the stresses are, where those demands are, and how to be able to coax the body into a sympathetic state when you need it to be, and how to be able to turn it into a parasympathetic state when you need it to be. And so what we'll actually find is a lot of the times we tend to hold that tension either within our shoulder area and our neck, or we tend to hold it in the facial muscles, or if it does get a little bit deeper into our systems, we tend to hold it in the nervous system. So the first exercise that I'd like you to do is just to notice when you take in a deep breath, where that breath goes. Feel how the stomach feels. The solar plexus is the energy center just behind the stomach. And that is the one that we activate when it comes to a Kapalabhati. And Kapalabhati is breath of fire. It's also really useful when it's actually done on an empty stomach, because it removes all of the exhale air, all of the excess air that's in the bottom of our lungs tends to get trapped. So when we do Kapalabhati, what we're doing is removing all of that stale air from the bottom of our lungs. So taking a deep breath and exhale. And this is really about active exhalation, and passive inhalation. So when I say 1, what I'd like you to do is to breathe out, and 2 will just be the passive inhalation. And it'll look and sound a bit like this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And I invite you to carry on with that. And really what it's doing is that little shake is shaking up your back muscles so that they're no longer tense. It's shaking up the stomach a little bit so that you've got that extra air, you've got that extra push, and it's just giving your digestive system a little bit of a break. And then taking a deep breath, reach up, reach up, reach up. And what this does is it opens up the intercostal muscles. The intercostal muscles are what actually gets very trapped when we're sitting for long periods of time. So just give it a nice stretch and then exhale and let it go. And once we've actually done that, we can then start to work on Nari Shodhana or Anulom Vilom, as it's known, which is alternate nostril breathing. The system of actually having 1 to 2 on inhale to exhale is really useful. So when we do it, we tend to do it for a count of 4, 16, 8. I'm actually very wary of the time. So we're actually going to skip that exercise. But when you would do it, you would actually breathe in from the left for the count of 4. You would then hold it for 16 and then exhale for 8. And you would continue to do it in that way so that you're actually coaxing the system from a stress response into a relaxation response. When you actually do that exercise, what you may well find is that there's tension that's held in the neck and there's tension that's held in the shoulders. And so this next exercise is really just there to be able to release the tension, releasing the tension from the neck, releasing the tension from the shoulders. And it's done, and it looks a bit like this. It goes inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. So I invite you to do this in your own time, at your own rhythm. And then slow it down, slow it down, slow it down, slow it down. For 5, for 4, for 3, for 2, for 1. Come back to center with your eyes closed and just observe what's actually happened. Observe how you feel. If there's any thoughts that come in, observe the nature of that thought and then let it go. It's also a really good way to slow down the heartbeat again. When we do that exercise, it creates a little bit of stress in the nervous system. By actually just sitting here with your eyes closed, it takes away the stress and it enables you to feel a parasympathetic nervous system response, which is there for rest and digest. It's what actually helps you to be able to repair any damage in the body. And then soon what you'll find is that the system is completely calm again. And so what's actually happened? What's actually happened there is that we've actually got 2 systems. So we've got a relaxation response, which is what happens when we're just able to sit and we're just able to be calm and with ourselves, which is what we just did. There's also a muscle contraction and a muscle lengthening. So when we're actually doing forward bend, in fact, we'll do this now for demonstration purposes. So when we're actually standing up, and I'll move a little bit further back so that you can actually see, right? When we're here and we have a slight bend in the legs, just invite you to be able to curl your back down. So what we're doing is we're putting the feet just a little bit further than hip width apart. We're curling in the head, and then we're curling in the body. So going from the upper back to the middle back to the lower back, ensuring that we've got a bit of a bend in the knees for buoyancy. And then we'll just allow ourselves to lift back up again. So we lift it back up again, we'll exhale. So inhale, 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 inhale. Exhale, we go lower back, middle back, upper back. And we'll just do that another time as well. And just observe the way that the body is feeling. This is really, it's a whole spinal activity. It wakes up your legs. It also wakes up the whole of your spine. And it's really useful for creating a parasympathetic response. As you come back up this time, I invite you to stretch up, but sit back as if you're sitting in a chair and hold that position and observe where you're feeling tension right now. And then just let it go. So observe, 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 let it go. Observe, 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 let it go. Exhale. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. When you do it, notice that you're actually bending from the hips. For 4, for 3, for 2, for 1. And come back up to stand and just observe the mountain position with your eyes closed. Observe where the energy is. Your heartbeat may well be a little bit faster. You may well be feeling a little bit more out of breath. It's perfectly normal. And then I invite you to come back down and to take a seat again. So what did we just do there? Well, a couple of things. To begin with, we've got the rotation in the hips. And this rotation in the hips is actually very different when you're sitting. When you're sitting, your hips tend to rotate one way. When you're doing active forward bends, you're bending the other way. Yeah, so this nice little rotation in the hips is really useful when you're actually doing other asanas as well. The next thing that we're doing is something called muscle lengthening. Muscle lengthening happens over a period of time. It enables your system to get ready for being able to stretch a little bit further. Many of you may have found the first time you did that exercise, you weren't able to stretch as much as you could the second time and the third time. And I'm sure by the time you got to the last one, you had a lot more buoyancy. The next principle is contraction. Contraction as well as relaxation. And what that basically means is it's what enables you to build your strength. So when you're doing that exercise, the fact that you've actually got your legs hip width apart, you're building those muscles as well in your stomach, because your stomach is actually going towards your spine. Yeah, so you've got that nice thing, which then enables you to do the rotations. So those activities, when you then start to apply it to different asanas, so you start to apply it to even when you're lifting something heavy, for example, or even into your day-to-day chores, like when you're actually doing the Hoover, by having the right principles, we can actually ensure that we're doing less damage to the body, and that a lot of the times then we can keep ourselves in a parasympathetic state. A couple of breathing exercises that can be really useful in a situation like this is called Sitali and Brahmri. We'll do the exercise first, and then I'll explain what that is. So stick your tongue up and make a little roll. And if you can't do that for genetic reasons, just put your mouth into an O. Yeah, so either there or there. And suck in air from your mouth. And then take that in and exhale it through the nostrils. And what that actually does is it releases tension in the throat. It's also a very cooling thing because, as many of you may well have seen, maybe you're having an icy, or you're having a slush puppy, you're having a very cold drink that has a lot of ice in it. If you then put your tongue up towards the roof, of your mouth and keep it there, what you may well observe is that the brain freeze begins to disappear. Try it next time. I invite you to try that one. It's the same principle in yoga. It's the same principle when we're trying to free up the tension that we're actually holding and to be able to coax the system again into a parasympathetic state. The other exercise is Sitali, which is when you clench your jaws together and you're taking a deep breath from the mouth and then let go. When you do that, you're cooling down the whole of the nervous system. Such a simple technique, yet it starts to free up the tension. So also the next one to that is just hanging down the jaw. And when you do that, it tends to free up the mind. And the mind is actually where we actually hold a lot of the tension. Once we've freed up all of these principles, and I don't have the time to be able to demonstrate it all today, hope to do so in a future session. But when we actually be able to do this, and we can go through a systematic process, what we're basically doing is we're doing two things, in fact, three. We're actually focusing on our breath and our breath retention. So we're coaxing the system already from a sympathetic into a parasympathetic. Same thing can actually happen to the eyes. The same thing can happen to the neck. So there's eye rolls and there's neck rolls, and both of those rolls enable the same thing to happen. There's also the next step, which is then freeing tension from the body. Swamiji mentioned during her talk, forward bends are actually a really good way, and that's because it frees up the tension in the legs. It frees up the tension in the back, the whole of the back, and also the neck. So you're working the whole system. And by working the whole system, it's one of those asanas, and there's plenty of asanas, but it's just one of those asanas that enable you to work the whole body as one. And then once we've done that, we can then do this very interesting technique, which is called Brahmri. So I invite you to actually observe this first. What you do is you cover your eyes. You place the other pinky finger on your nostril, and you place one index finger towards the side of your head. And then you cover your ears. Taking a deep breath, and then say Om. Om. And notice how you feel. The second time, I would like you to take in a deep breath. And this time, keep your mouth closed. And And then feel free to do that with me. So your index finger is placed on your forehead. The middle two fingers are covering your eyes. And your pinky fingers are just resting towards the side of your nostrils. And you're taking a deep breath. And then you hum out. Sorry, you say first time. And the second time, you'll hum it. So taking a deep breath, keep the mouth closed, and the air comes out from the nostrils. And take another deep breath. And do the same technique. And once more. And just observe with your hands back down, resting on your lap, how you're feeling. You may well feel a little humming, a little tingling sensation, a little buzzing in your ears. Just observe the mind. Observe the way that your body is relaxing. And if you'd like to lie down, you may do so. Making yourself feel nice and safe in your environment. As you breathe in, feel the body getting heavy. As you breathe out, feel the body getting lighter. Just do that a couple of times. Focusing on the small passage of air through your nostrils. And each time you do so, feel yourself relaxing further and further, deeper and deeper. The further you go, the deeper you feel. The deeper you feel, the further you go. The only moment now is the present moment. Maybe you can feel the heartbeat in your fingers, your toes, as you feel a warmth in the body. Breathe deeper and feel the energy between your solar plexus, the heat that you've cultivated from doing the exercises. And allow the energy to rise up to your Ajna chakra, the space between your eyes. And then back down again. And as you focus on the space between your eyes, I invite you to feel the warmth. As you inhale, the body gets heavy. As you exhale, the body gets light. And perhaps you can feel your feet. You can feel water, the sensation rippling through your feet. What color is that water? Allow that energy to rise through your ankles, up to the middle of your knees, up your thighs, relaxing your legs completely. The energy rising into your pelvis and your hips. And vertebrae by vertebrae up your back, from your lower back, creating space between those vertebrae, to your middle back, to your upper back, melting away any tension in your shoulders as the energy moves into your shoulders, down your arms to your elbows, down your forearms and into each finger individually. Perhaps you get a slight tingling sensation in the palms of your hands as you relax deeper and deeper, enabling the energy to rise back up to your head, the neck, the head, and relaxing your face completely. Just taking a few breaths, knowing that you can come back to this space wherever you want.
Yeah, beautiful picture.
And as we go forward now, you know that this is something that you can take into your everyday life to melt away the tension, to melt away the stress, and to enable yourself to relax deeply whenever it's right for you to do so. You'll take your hands, your left hand onto your right hand, onto your heart, thanking yourself for giving yourself the space for this practice today, to be able to move in and out of stress states at your own will now. You now have the tools. And to be able to open your eyes gently and take in a space on the floor. Notice the shape on the floor, the texture on the floor. What color is it? As you just take in one spot of the floor and then gently broaden your attention back out again. And then I invite you to move your eyes to the top left-hand corner and gently move your eyes, coming back into the present moment, coming back into the present state, feeling happy, relaxed, and energized. And when you're ready, you'll direct your gaze back to the screen. Thank you so much. And I'd like to end on a little prayer. This prayer is for everyone's well-being, for happiness to be circulated out there in the world to whoever needs it, creating a ripple effect through other efforts here today. Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urva Rukaviva Bandhana Mrityur Moksha Mamrita. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you so much. And I'd now like to actually hand over to Sharon Rose, who is going to be joining us from the USA. And she's now going to be your host for the next hour. Sharon Rose is a master in the winner of the Filmmaker of the Year Award from the 20th World Congress on Qigong, Tai Chi, TCM, Taoism, and natural healing. Clearly many talents. She is the director, producer of the forthcoming documentary series, Quantum Key, The Taoist Art of Nurturing Life. Sharon has lectured, performed, and presented her films in numerous universities, spiritual centers, cultural organizations, museums, and was a consultant to the National Endowment for the Arts. She is the author of The Path of Priestess, a guidebook for the awakening, the divine feminine, and is currently completing a CD, The Nectar of Bliss, dedicated to the healing power of the divine feminine in cultures throughout the world. Clearly many talents, clearly many things that we can learn. And I'd now actually like to hand over to my co-host in the USA, Sharon Rose. Welcome.
Global namaste to you.
Global namaste.
And to you all. What a beautiful presentation you gave us.
Thank you so much.
So deep, so wonderful. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm really glad that you enjoyed it, and thank you to all of our global viewers as well. We are live on Facebook, Twitter, and Periscope, so feel free to have a look to be able to create that connection within yourselves, and let that be a ripple effect to spread happiness into the world.
Thank you. Well, global namaste to you, everyone. We're back here in Crestone, Colorado, and I am thrilled to be bringing my dear friend. I consider her multi-dimensional healer because she's had training and she has knowledge from so many different modalities. Cindy Tate, we're going to be talking about and experiencing flying with your inner being. Cindy Tate is an energy therapist and spiritual coach. Her knowledge and professional experience in shamanism, breath work, rebirthing, advanced massage, color therapy, unique and effective methods for measuring spiritual well-being, spiritual hygiene, and returning an individual's consciousness to full spiritual health has spanned over 35 years. Through her training, people have become free of emotional and physical pain, liberated from spiritual crisis, and experience the reignition of the flame of their inner authority in order to choose their sovereign purpose and gifts. Her observation is that consciousness is continuously revealing unique methods of spiritual healing that powerfully benefit and liberate groups and people throughout the world. For many years, she has been running regular sessions to heal and upgrade the grid that holds consciousness itself. This is the hologram of divine intelligence, that is, to bring the dream of what is true into congruency, a new blueprint for heaven on earth. Welcome, Cindy.
Thank you, Sharon. That was lovely.
I can tell you personally, how long have I been coming to you for healing? Years, since about 2013. And so many levels. She's helped me on so many levels. I think besides the physical with massage, etc., the deeply emotional levels. And Cindy has a unique way of healing. She does all kinds of interesting, well, she weaves together all kinds of interesting modalities, and we're going to experience this today. And we have our panel here. In fact, what Cindy's going to do is she's going to give us an experience, which we love. We love to experience instead of just. So she's got many of the people that work with her here today from all over the place. We're here in Colorado, and we have people from, let's see, where?
Ecuador, different states, Arizona, different cities all over Colorado and Arizona.
Beautiful.
Michigan.
Yeah. Global namaste to you all. Hello, Matthew. Yes, you can turn your sound on now so that we can have this discussion with Cindy, and then we're going to go into the experience, right?
Yep. Can they talk?
Yeah, they can. They just have to unmute themselves.
So are you all unmuted?
I don't know. We can be.
Antonianetta is from Costa Rica.
Nice. Nice.
What's this picture?
I don't know. These are more people.
Okay.
There's Tyler in his car.
Right.
All right.
So, team, what shall we work on today? I have some of a list. Do you have ideas?
Boy, I'd like to work on joy.
Joy's a good idea. Well, joy is our focus today.
As usual, I have on my list that we bring in the benevolence, the grace, the kindness, smooth and gentle evolution for all. And that means humans, animals, and everybody else living on this planet. That we neutralize the war machine as usual. That we are boosting our inner source and our self-confidence, and that we are boosting that for all humans. Somebody want to add to my list?
I would say healing our earth.
Yep.
And I would add to that, using the fire of this new season that we've stepped into as of this morning in Aries as our internal fuel.
That's
to
good.
Share the messages of love and healing, using the fire in a benevolent way.
We'll use the fire to burn off everything we want to clear out. That's good. Thank you, Stephanie.
Yes, some of these people I know and are pretty amazing healers, therapists, etc. So we've got a great, why don't we introduce everybody?
Everybody here's amazing.
Yeah, why don't you introduce everyone?
So just to the right of us is Kayla in Arizona, and Patty in Colorado, Matthew in Colorado, Becca in Ecuador, Doug in Michigan. Did I get it right? Tammy's in Taos normally. Susan's in Colorado. Stephanie's in, I don't know where you are. I don't remember where you are.
Utah.
That's right. I was right. And Antonietta disappeared. She's in Costa Rica.
I think she's over there. There's like
not everybody on the full screen.
There you are. You're right.
Ones down the side too.
It took a minute for the screen to
Oh,
clear
there's
up.
Tyler.
And then there's Tyler in Colorado.
He's here in Crestone.
Yeah.
Rob, where's Rob at? Rob's at in Santa Fe now, right?
Is he on here? See him.
Over on the side.
We don't see him, but glad he's here.
Well, I see me.
There you are. There we go.
Well, I want to welcome you all to Healing Our Earth. And before we start, why don't I tell you all about Healing Our Earth? Neil Kumar.
Global Namaste, Sharon. Global Namaste, everybody. It is wonderful to see you from different parts of the earth, and welcome to Healing Our Earth. Carry on, Sharon, over to you.
Yes, we've been, how long has it been now, Neil? We have, what, the second anniversary coming up soon, right?
Exactly, and today is the 121st episode.
Yes, so every Sunday we're here bringing joy, bringing healing, bringing music, dance from all over the world. And here we are, our mission statement: to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online edutainment.
Good word.
Yes. All right.
Okay.
Can I just, I'm sorry.
Please.
Can I just throw in one piece that I've been working on and or that is coming to me? The revelation, not just globally and universally, of hidden agendas personally for all individuals, so that we can come to an understanding and out of what may feel like limbo because we can't see all aspects that are coming at us. Okay?
Yes. Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
So, do you want us to start?
Go ahead.
Okay, team. I guess we can begin, huh? If nobody has, and does anybody have anything to add? Okay, then we will begin. So this will be somewhat like a meditation, although it is a journey and we are doing work. It's not a be silent thing. Every now and then my team might just add something to what I'm saying. I often am seeing so much I can't even tell you all of it. So, and at the end, there'll be another opportunity for anybody to add what they want to what we saw. Okay? So first, we're going to sink into our bodies. Our mission is to be in the body fully and fully grounded. So we sink into our bellies. We feel our feet. We feel our hands. We feel our head grounded to the earth and grounded to our spine. We feel our tail. And with all of that, we sink into our hearts. And we connect to the heart of the earth, the heart of the universe. We send out grounding cords. We send out protection for them. And we feel our hearts. We feel our hearts pulsing, expanding. And we have a headliner like love of life, love of joy. And we sink into our hearts. And we find ourselves in a large chamber in the center of the earth. This is the chamber that holds the diamond heart. And this heart is managed by Sophia, one of the aspects of the earth. And as we arrive in this large chamber, many of our friends arrive. Angels, ascended masters, dragons, the elementals, the fairies, the plasma beings, the little people, many cosmic beings, Sasquatch, dolphins, whales, so many different kinds of animals, everybody arriving. And as we are assembling, a holographic earth comes out of the floor. Comes out of the floor of the chamber, perched on a rock. And we see the heart of the earth begin pulsing light, the diamond heart pulsing light. And everyone in the chamber begins to pulse light back. And as we are pulsing light, we begin to see a movement of energy clockwise around the chamber, pulsing, creating a resonance. Many ancestors are arriving, many ancestors from different lineages, lots of indigenous ancestors. And off on the side of the chamber, as we are pulsing our heart, pulsing light, we see many indigenous ancestors drumming with a fire. And we begin to pulse with the drum. And while we are doing this, Sophia steps forward and expands the diamond until we are all inside of it, the entire chamber. And then she touches the holographic earth and a fountain of light begins shooting out of the top. And our resonance is becoming stronger and stronger. Feel your heart open. Feel the resonance as we join and synthesize our intentions, our strength, our gifts, our determination. As we affect the frequencies on many levels of the earth and the surrounding cosmos. And as we are pulsing light and resonating, luminous strands of light begin coming out of every being. And all of these strands of light begin swirling in a spiral in the fountain of light. And as they swirl, they float to the ceiling and begin to create a canopy. And now our resonance is becoming quite strong. If you look around the chamber, you see everybody's heart pulsing light together. Feeling the drum, feeling the pulse, letting your heart open expand. Feel your whole body. Feel the strength of having a body. And now we see more holographic copies of the earth floating up into the fountain, at least 3 of them, which means we're going to address 3 timelines, minimal, maybe more before we're done. And each of these earths is also pulsing light at the heart. And we are synthesizing in the fountain all of the different energies that we are. And soon we see 7 angels surround the group and begin beaming energy at the holographic earth, bringing in some divine code that matches our intention list, bringing in some divine geometry that matches our intention list. And we see them beaming from their heart and from their forehead, and we see different colors begin swirling around the first holographic earth on the ground. Violet light, golden, different shades of pink. And I'm sure everybody's seeing different colors. Feel free to see any colors. And they are swirling around the earth, and the plasma beings are coming in and spreading plasma all over the surface. For conductivity. And now we change our focus. Now we begin to beam energy from our hearts, from our heads at the holographic earth. And we are beaming our intentions. We are beaming our intention of joy, joyousness for all. We are beaming our intention of benevolence and kindness, smooth and gentle evolution. We're boosting the pineal gland. We're boosting all the glands. We're boosting intelligence so that the environment of the earth will be addressed intelligently. All solutions already exist. As we go along, imagine all solutions are already operating, and the earth is being healed, and all beings on the earth are being healed. And now we see more light and more colors coming out of the first holographic earth, going up into the fountain. We see the code, binary code, floating around in the fountain. We see different kinds of geometry, maybe new things we've never seen, undulating and wiggling around and connecting to different colors and different light. And now we're starting a bubble machine, bubbles coming out of the first holographic earth. And we're putting all of our ideas into the bubbles, and they're floating around in the fountain. And you, any of you with us, can put ideas that you want to help the earth, to help humanity, to help all other beings, animals, beings inside the earth, outside the earth, beings floating around the earth. Imagine the future and what you would like to see. Imagine people having a wonderful time. And when you think about the difficulties going on, burn them up in your mind and envision a wonderful time. Now the little people are coming forward and setting forth a cobalt blue diamond grid that's going around the earth, the holographic earth that's on the ground. And you can see it pulsing light. And now you see that a lightning is coming off the grid, touching all of the surface of the earth and stimulating all of our intentions. And as this occurs, we are beaming energy. All of us in the chamber. And you see the holographic earth begin to glow. And you see colors swirling around and lightning happening everywhere. Gentle lightning happening everywhere. And you may see pockets or shadows being moved to the center, to the surface of the earth and being neutralized by the lightning. So all of this energy is shooting up into the fountain where we have 3 holographic earths floating. And now we see the plasma beings and the elementals bring forth medicine of plants, medicine of lightning, fire, air, water, bringing all these different elements and putting them all over the 3 holographic earths floating in the fountain. And once again, the angels come forward and start beaming energy at these 3 earths in the fountain. And we see that one of them in the middle is turning dark. This is a timeline that we are neutralizing. The war timeline, the suffering timeline. And that earth is turning dark and shriveling up. No longer existing. And now we see the bottom earth turning kind of a yellow and green. And many different plant medicines are going all inside of it, swirling around on the outside of it. Many different flowers, trees, plants, and the elementals are working with that timeline. And we're neutralizing suffering, war, manipulation. Now new colors are coming out on that earth. We're seeing green and blue and pink, purple. And we're going to let that go on, and we're going to move to the third holographic earth that's floating at the top of the fountain. And we see beings appear from the spiritual central sun, 3 of them, and they begin transmitting rays of light at this earth. Colors are very quiet. Mostly white light. And as this transmission appears, we see shadows again floating to the surface and being neutralized by the rays of light. Shadows that represent all of the different things you could imagine that are not nice happening in this reality, happening on this earth as this reality is crumbling and this timeline is ending. And now we see these angels beam code again at this holographic earth. Bringing heaven on earth. Still mostly white light. Some flecks of the violet flame. Some flecks of other colors. Mostly white, silver. And they're transmitting many divine codes that help everyone on earth transition gently with ease and grace into a new reality of peace on earth, joy on earth, free on earth. As we make these statements, we see them ripple through all 3 of the holographic earths. And now we see this top earth that's mostly white. We see that it is expanding. It's getting larger and larger and whiter and whiter. And these angels, there's more and more of them. And they're beaming angelic energy. And this earth is getting larger and larger. Twice the size of the others. And it begins sinking down. First, it encompasses the other holographic earth in the fountain, completely encompasses it. And then it sinks down and encompasses the holographic earth on the ground that has the lightning and all this activity. And the circle of this white light gets larger and larger until we're all standing inside of it. And this white light is source energy. And it's touching all of us. Feel it go into your heart. Feel your heart grow and expand. Feel the love that's being transmitted. Feel the universal love. Feel your heart pulsing with everybody else. Feel how peaceful this white light is. That we're all standing in. Feel how we are all being permeated by this source energy, light. This energy depositing source in our bodies, in our emotions. Feel how calm it is. Feel it go into all of your glands, all of your organs, all of your water. Feel what it means to say, I am the grace of God. I am the grace of Source. I am a divine representative, filled with Source energy. Imagine the sunshine coming into your body and sparkling all your cells. Feel your heart relax and expand some more. All the while, we are beaming energy at the holographic earth. We're beaming source energy at the holographic earth because we are now filled with source energy. We're putting all of that source power towards our intention list. Joining all of our gifts, all the different beings in the chamber, joining gifts and beaming energy. Beaming energy for a gentle transition. Neutralizing darkness. Neutralizing unkind agendas. Bringing forth truth in the perfect way for everybody's highest good. Expanding the prospects of each human being able to pursue purpose, have enough food, have housing, have all of the needs met easily and without so much work. We clear for co-creation to be able to occur between all peoples and all beings. We clear the veil so that all people can partake in this unseen world, can have all these friends, can talk to fairies directly. and all of the other wondrous beings that we all are. And now you may notice that there's flowers appearing everywhere, all over the floor of the chamber, maybe in your hand, all over in the fountain, all over the earth. Infinite numbers, colors, and medicine plants and trees. And the lightning is transmitting the quantum intelligence of that kingdom into all beings on the earth, inside and out, all of us in the chamber. Colors, rainbows are flashing around. The canopy that is such a synthesis of us all is forming a ball and floating down, going into the holographic earth, and then expanding and pulsing inside and out. Feel yourself expanded and full of source. Feel your inner authority to do good, to feel good, to be happy, to be joyous. We use this source energy to neutralize all resistance. Neutralize all vows and curses that may be affecting people that they don't know about. And once again, you see bubbles of shadow floating to the surface of the earth and being neutralized by source energy, by the lightning, the diamond grid. You see the diamond grid is now sparkling. You see inside the cobalt blue light of the diamond grid, you see aspects of indigo. Different colors reveal themselves in little flashes. Interdimensional activity. Experience yourself as very shiny. All of this source light inside you. Feel the joy of it. Feel the connection to everything. Feel the connection that we all have to each other in the chamber as we work together and we synthesize our energies. Imagine what a synthesis it is. And we add one last droplet into this intention list that personal and globally, history begins to reveal itself. That people begin to experience their Akashic record, helping them connect dots, helping them see who they really are, what they really are, and how much bigger they are. How all humans, all beings on the earth can connect to the divine, can connect to many different realities. We make adjustments in the veil. And now we have set this in motion. And this chamber will be operating for at least a month. And all people on this call are welcome to come and float in the fountain, receive healing, sit and meditate with the scene, contribute anytime. We've set it in motion, and it shall be continuing. Now, if anybody wants to add to what I saw, please feel free.
I see this fountain of light, the fountain of light running through every human being, the fountain of grace, the fountain of beauty, the fountain of love, this Shakti, this Chi, this light, this warmth, this bliss flowing through us all, transmuting, that incredible alchemical transmutation. Feel it in every cell as it permeates down to the marrow of your bones.
Perfect. That's our intention.
We can heal the earth. We can heal the earth.
Very often, I think if I heal my belly, I'm healing the earth.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We could go on a long time about
that.
The brain and the gut. Yeah. Yeah.
Multiple topics here.
And what came through as well in the expansion of the plant medicines, the healing of disease within as well.
Thank you.
Oh, definitely.
Thank you.
Glad that we touched on the war machine, because in the Mayan cosmology today is a big day for finding forgiveness, which of course starts within oneself. But there's also healing that can be done today when you open a portal for the family. So ceremonies would be done to mend great chasms that are just stories, you know. So I could tell there was a lot of unraveling of things with the 3 holographic earths and the things that were shadow that kind of blew away with smoke, like all of the smoke got pulled out of the chamber at one time, and there was like a crispness to that afterwards. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Let's add that, let's put that in the mix, that people can learn to forgive themselves and all the darkness. And that doesn't mean that the darkness won't be held accountable.
No, and I think forgiveness is there's a lot of misinformation on that, and I think that people feel like forgiveness is lying that something didn't happen, but it's more the acceptance, allowance, and knowing that you're not separate from that. So being able to be vulnerable with oneself enough to forgive.
Thank you, Tyler.
That's really, you are so much in alignment with our mission here.
I hope so.
Every week, every Sunday.
We hope that we're in alignment with all good missions.
Yes. Yes, every Sunday, we bring another aspect of healing. And here are our future events coming up. Of course, next week, well-being and wellness. We're a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind. We have some wonderful contributors coming on, healers and doctors and all kinds of different people bringing their gifts and their knowledge to us here and to all of you out there on Healing Our Earth. That's on the 27th of March. Then again, healing, integrated health, transforming healthcare. That's going to be fascinating because what do you think of that one, Cindy? Transforming healthcare.
Yeah, that's a biggie.
Yeah, let's start with, working on ourselves. It starts with us. That's on Sunday, the 3rd of April. And then after that, what do we have? Don't we have another women's empowerment coming up? I think so.
Probably.
Yeah, we've been really focusing because the feminine energy, that nurturing, nourishing, graceful, healing, transformative, loving, heartfelt energy, really, it's time for it to pervade the world. I'd love to bring my husband, we know him very well, right? Jay Widener, who really, he's kind of an expert on what happens during the different aspects of the yugas or the ages, and talks about how there's, in certain ages, there's the female, it's like the female inside the female, and then the male inside the male, then the male inside the female, then the female inside the male. And it's time for that energy, that softness, that grace and beauty that exists within both male and female, within all of us, to just pour forth in the way that Cindy describes, pour forth from all of our hearts, connect our hearts, and just immerse the earth in love, in healing.
In new love.
Yes, a whole new...
A new love that's intelligent and connected.
And without ego.
Can I say a piece that I saw and that I'm seeing?
Yes.
So I see this wave that is, it's energy, and it's a blue, like a blue white light energy, and flows like water, and it's just flowing through all over the earth and hitting every cell, every atom, and every cell and atom in every being also, and just bringing healing and joy to every cell and every atom, and love and compassion and kindness and neutralization of trauma and anxiety and anything that's not serving the highest interest of all and each.
Yes.
Thank you, Tammy.
I'd love to bring Mita. She's here. Nita Joshi. I'd love to bring her in. She's from Healing Our Earth. Are you with us? Mita.
Hi Sharon, and hi Cindy, namaste, global namaste to all of you. It was wonderful. It was such a nice experience, so much imaginative. I was just trying to imagine creatively different things, because each aspect within it was full for imagination, on the spiritual side. And what we are going through, we are in the doorstep of war over here in Europe. So when Tyler was talking about forgiveness, it's what he mentioned, that it's not, people think not accepting what or something on those lines, correct me if I'm wrong, people not accepting what has happened, rather than that accepting with a bigger heart, bigger appreciation that we all are one energy. We all are connected by this divine consciousness, which in Hinduism we call Shiva. So we are all connected by this dark energy, which can't be seen between the celestial objects, between the galaxies, between the stars, within the universe. But it is so forceful, it's more powerful than the matter. Matter will destroy. We all are matter, will go, but the soul is the energy which will stay. And that way, we all are connected by this divine energy. If we realize that in real sense, rather than on a superficial level, then we just will start, thinking from others' point of view as well, and appreciating what they are going through as well. And so on the most basic level, it will take many of the problems away. But that is, we all have the potential, because our consciousness, if we touch that, it is, it's like sixth sense. When you are near to any kind of natural spot, like a lake or a river, or a natural phenomenon like a sunset or a sunrise, you feel connected with the divine. Why? Because that's the energy which connects us all the time. And that is where you connect to your divine being inside yourself. And this is what, Cindy, when you did this session, it was so wonderful that you could feel that it's the expanse of the whole divine, not just this earth. You just and various different things which everyone, like Tammy explained what she saw, the blue water, and so everyone has their own way of putting it into, and I would say that's a divine energy which we feel is connecting us. And it's like, if you put a stone in a still lake and the ripples are formed, so it penetrates down to the divinity, because we all have divinity within ourselves, but how to connect to the supreme divinity, and to realize that we all are connected. And once we are connected, then we won't feel that we are sort of different than anyone else.
Yep.
We are one. Yeah, we are one basically. So yeah, so there won't be, it's like blood doesn't have any color. And so the discrimination between color will go as well, because we all are connected. Yeah, so it was lovely. It was beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, and on this planet, we all have a smiling skull underneath our skin, and something that unites us in this planet and this reality is birth and death. So we all are born and we all die, which is the same portal,
And that's what I was saying, that matter is destructible. Matter can form and destroy. Anything which is matter, which you can touch, it's going to change its, it will destroy one day. But energy changes the form, it doesn't destroy. And that's the divinity, that's the energy which is going to be there all the time. And if we realize that energy, then we will realize divine consciousness.
Yeah, like that.
Like that.
Tyler
True.
carries his books around with him. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Yes, yes,
Thank
it's
you.
been an honor to have you here and all of you. And Mitaji,
thank you.
Would you like to sing the Gayatri mantra? Explain what it is, and then sing it for us before we close.
Okay, yeah, sure, yeah. So it is a mantra dedicated to God with the sun, because sun has given life. We all know that, sun is giver of life on this planet. If we did not have Surya or sun, we wouldn't have life. And life has given us the intelligence as well as human beings. We can think, we can be creative, and we can also think about betterment of ourselves and also of the planet. So Gayatri Mantra that way is very important because it is it's Gayatri is Vedamata, means the mother of all Vedas. Vedas are the oldest scriptures. There are 4 main Vedas: Rig Ved, Yajur Ved, Atharva Ved, and Sam Ved. And she's the holder of that knowledge. These are according to the ancient Hindu Vedic scriptures. And she is the mother of, she is mother of this mantra as well. And so we started this session last 2 years ago with Gayatri Mantra. So it helps us to meditate on the glory of the Creator, who is Sun, who has created, so our universe, our Milky Way has got, our is our galaxy and our solar system with all the planets, and Sun is within that. So we are praying to this who is worthy of this worship and who is embodiment of knowledge and light. So who is the remover of all sin and ignorance. So where there is no light, then only there is darkness. Similarly, where there is no knowledge, then only there is ignorance. So with this mantra, we are asking, it's 24 syllables. And we are, so I would like to recite that mantra. If you are happy to recite after me, then, we can do that way as well, or else I can recite myself. So, Om.
Om.
Bhur Bhuva Swaha
Swaha
Tatsaviturva
Tatsaviturva
Reniyam
Bhargo
Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Naha Prachodayat Om Bhurvasvaha Tatsaviturvareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Naha Prachodayat Om Bhurvasvaha Tatsaviturvareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Naha Prachodayat Om Bhurvasvaha Tatsaviturvareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Naha Prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Coming up, our future of it. Thank you so much. That was beautiful.
Thank you,
Thank you,
everybody.
Cindy. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you.
Thank you
Tyler.
so much. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for giving the opportunity to say the mantra.
Yes, and happy spring equinox.
Yes.
We're
And it was
starting-
Holi. It was Holi yesterday.
Oh,
Happy
that's
Holi.
right. That's right. How was Holi for you all?
Brilliant. I'm doing the Holi Puja tomorrow in Surrey University, but we did Holi Color Festival. It's a festival of friendship which goes beyond any boundaries of race, color, creed, faith, or anything. And it's lovely color festival. So we had, and before that we had Holika Dahan, which is purifying all your negativity from the past, starting afresh. So that was the day before. That was on the 17th. So yeah, it was wonderful.
That's beautiful. Well, coming up, we have our wellness show. We have our integrative health show. Then we have commemorating our 2nd anniversary of Healing Our Earth, prayers for global peace. Sing, chant, pray, recite a poem, deliver a message. We welcome all of you to join us. Sunday, 10th of April, 2022. Cindy, it's been a pleasure, honor to have you with us today and leading us into this beautiful meditation and joy, abundance to all of you.
Thank you, Sharon. And thank you for having us.
And how do they find you, Cindy?
How does who find us?
So our audience, if they wanted to.
They can, if they want to join us, they can send their email to cindytate1111@gmail.
Wonderful.
And I'll send you a link and you can join us.
And we'll be seeing you in upcoming weeks with some more amazing programs so that we can truly